Honorable members, before we start, I would like you to join me in welcoming Honorable Chiangba Punjok, the Vice Chairman of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress of the People's Republic of China, and his delegation who are on an official visit to Parliament. Welcome to the Parliament of the Republic. We hope you enjoy your stay. Thank you very much. The first item on the order paper is a motion in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. Chief Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move, Deputy Speaker, that this House suspends Rule 292AY, which provides inter alia that the debate on the second reading of a bill may not commence before at least 3 working days have elapsed since the committee's report was tabled, for the purposes of conducting second reading debates today on the 1, Rates and Monetary Amounts and Amendment of Revenue Laws Bill, 2, Rates and Monetary Amounts and Amendment of Revenue Laws Administration, 3, Taxation Laws Amendment Bill, 4, Tax Administration Laws Amendment. I so move, Deputy Speaker.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections to the motion? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Consideration of candidates nominated for appointment as Inspector General of Intelligence Services.
Honorable Charles Ngakula.
Honorable Deputy Speaker and honorable members of the House, it is the hope of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence that today's session of Parliament will constitute a part of the steps that will culminate in the appointment by the President of the Inspector General of Intelligence. This matter has been long coming. The previous Inspector General left office on the 31st of March 2015, and until now, more than 8 months later, we have not been able to fill the vacancy that occurred when the last incumbent left. It goes without saying that the different members of the committee, coming as they do from the various political parties in this House, had their own preferences of who should be appointed as the Inspector General. This may have been caucused by the parties long before the interviews happened. It is possible, too, that the parties approached certain individuals and asked them to apply for the post. But when the committee finally discussed the matter, there was convergence on one candidate who did very well during the interviews. We are asking this House, therefore, to endorse the committee's nomination of Dr. Sitlumamaru Isaac Dintwe as the next Inspector General of Intelligence. Before stepping off the matter of our nominee, allow me, Deputy Speaker, to commend members of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence for their effort to find a new Inspector General. More than that, the members have moved closer to one another as a collective whose main aim is to do its work in accordance with the principles of the Intelligence Services Oversight Act. I must not be understood, honorable members, to be saying that members of the committee throw overboard the policy imperatives of their political parties or spend their political dictates in favor of coalition with each other. No, there are instances when the members disagree on some of the matters we handle, but the aim always is to discharge our tasks as a united force, joined together by our tasks to exercise oversight on the entire intelligence community in our country. I am happy to be part of such a collective. The search for a new Inspector General exposed some of the gaps in our law and practice. It is necessary, therefore, to revisit some of the stipulations in the Intelligence Services Oversight Act and Schedule 2 of the rules of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. Firstly, allow me to indicate, Deputy Speaker, that our advertisements for the post in question attracted only 17 candidates on 28 October, which was the lowest number of applicants since the beginning of the process on 16 January 2015. The biggest interest for the post was shown on 21 May 2015, where 58 applications were received. I want to believe that some people who may have an interest in the job were discouraged possibly by the uncertainty generated by the stops and starts that defined the process, which in all intents and purposes simply died after 8 April 2016 to resurface only on 14 October. One of our challenges related to the fact that Honorable Connie September, our chairperson, was reassigned to the Higher Education Portfolio Committee. Her last task on the JSCI was on 24 May. I was appointed to chair the committee on 14 September. The committee did not meet, therefore, between 24 May and 14 September. To resolve the matter, we want to refer this House to Article 4.1 of the Rules of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. That section determines that, quote, as soon as is practicable after the appointment of the chairperson, the presiding officers, acting with the concurrence of the president, who shall act after consultation with the leaders of the political parties represented on the committee, must appoint a member of the committee as the acting chairperson of the committee. If we had an acting chairperson by the 24th May, our committee meetings would have started early enough when the Honorable September left and would have restarted the search for a new Inspector General of Intelligence long before October. It is the intention of the committee, therefore, to initiate the process that is indicated by Section 4.1. It is important to have an acting chairperson for a structure like the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. The other matter I would like to raise, Deputy Speaker, relates to the position of Inspector General. As already mentioned, the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence has no incumbent. The senior personnel in that office decided, nobly I believe, to keep the office functional. In the circumstances, they even performed some of the functions of the Inspector General, contravening, therefore, the relevant injunctions of the Intelligence Services Oversight Act. It is important for Parliament to consider amending Section 7 of the Intelligence Services Oversight Act to create a position for a Deputy Inspector of Intelligence who will act as the incumbent when the Inspector General is not in office for one reason or the other. On such occasions, the Deputy would discharge all the functions of the Inspector General of Intelligence. That is the other matter that the Joint Standing Committee will process next year through the various channels of Parliament for the necessary consideration. The Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence will monitor the performance of the Inspector General to ensure that he is subject always to the determinations of the Oversight Act, as they relate especially to Section 7.4 with respect to his performance. Where incompetence or misconduct has been proved against the incumbent, or where his security clearance has been withdrawn by the State Security Agency, or some misdemeanor on his part has allegedly happened, the Inspector General shall be investigated by the committee, and if guilt is proved, shall be recommended for dismissal from office by the President in terms of Section 7.5. I therefore, honorable members, want to submit the nominee for the consideration of this House. Thank you.
Honorable the Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Why do we have an Inspector General of Intelligence? We have an Inspector General of Intelligence to ensure that we have civilian monitoring of the intelligence services of South Africa. The framers of the Constitution set up this important office to ensure that never again, in the post-94 democracy that South Africa had fought so hard for, would we end up with a situation with an intelligence service that was subject to the wholesale abuse by politicians, was used as a weapon against democracy, as a tool against political opponents, and to unleash state aggression against civilians. Because we had seen this movie before under the apartheid regime, it was the Bureau of State Security and was responsible for wholesale suppression of ordinary civilians and legitimate political activity in the struggle for freedom in South Africa. It's for that reason, too, that the framers of the Constitution require a two-thirds majority of this House to ensure that we appoint an Inspector General of Intelligence who has broad buy-in. I think it's an indictment on this House that we've left this position unfilled for over a year and a half. Essentially, for a year and a half, there's been no Inspector General of Intelligence. However, we would like to, at this stage, acknowledge the appointment of the new chairperson of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, Honourable Nkakula, and we want to wish him well in his tenure as the chairperson of this important committee, and to say to him that we've already seen a massive sea change in the efficiency and effectiveness on this committee. Long may it last. It's for this reason as well that we rejected the appointment of Mr. Cecil Burgess as the previous incumbent that the previous chairperson and the minister tried so hard to drive through this House. We felt that he was inappropriate, he was executive-minded, and the wrong person to fulfill this position. We today will be supporting the appointment of Dr. Dintwe. We have some concerns, and we note that the various items that have been shared on social media around a so-called photograph with a minister, as well as a subject of an affidavit. However, in our view, he emerged from the interview process as the best candidate. He is also untainted by any former involvement with the security services, and we believe that he will be the right candidate to conduct proper civilian oversight over this. And one of the first items of business that we will be writing to the Inspector General of Intelligence upon his appointment is the appointment of the Director General. Now, a couple of years ago, a covert operation called the Principal Agent Network was set up inside the State Security Agency. It spent over R1 billion buying 293 cars, which were then stored in warehouses owned and operated by family members of the State Security Agency. Relatives of these Principal Agent Network were given massive jobs and funding. They were given safe houses and farms, which were bought around the country for them. Over R1 billion worth of money was wasted, public taxpayers' money wasted on this Principal Agent Network. The then Minister Cwele forwarded these matters, because he rightly found it a very serious matter, to the Hawks and the NPA. Well, what has happened to those people that were involved in the Principal Agent Network? Nothing. In fact, one of them, in the last 2 months, has returned to the agency after leaving under a cloud as no less than the Director General of Intelligence, Mr. Arthur Fraser. Now, we know that Mr. Arthur Fraser has been appointed by the President for one reason and one reason alone. It's because Mr. Fraser helped his good buddy out during a very tough time by providing secret intelligence tapes, the so-called spy tapes, to the President, enabling him to get off, at that stage, some difficulties that he was facing. So no doubt this is a reward. And so what we cannot have is a situation like the Greek legend of Perseus, who went on to slay the Gorgon monster, but then became an even worse tyrant, effecting horrific acts on the very people he had liberated again. And that's why I have affinity for Mr. Ronnie Kasrils, former Minister of Intelligence, when he said, and I quote, "For too long, the security and intelligence agencies have been able to operate as in the bad old days of apartheid," unquote. We need to ensure that we stop that. We need to ensure that we have proper and effective intelligence. And now you have to have very poor intelligence if you go to a spa for your nails to be done by somebody who's running a rhino horn operation. That is what you call poor intelligence, and hopefully the Inspector General is going to get to the bottom of that as well. Thank you very much.
Honorable Ndlozi.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. We did not participate as the EFF in the recruitment process because our member sitting there, which is myself, has not been vetted. The process of vetting is not concluded yet. We oppose this nomination, and we oppose this nomination, and we'll explain later why. The Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence Services is a monumental office and has monumental tasks. This role is very important, taking into account that our intelligence services, since Mr. Zuma took over, have been used to fight political battles and not to make our country safe, particularly for the poor of our people. South Africa is generally an unsafe country. It is so because the intelligence capacity we have get deployed to fight political and factional battles and not to make the country safe. Between April 2015 and March 2016, 18,673 murders were recorded, a 4.9% increase from 2014 and 2015 alone. Nyanga Township in the Western Cape has been known as the murder capital of South Africa for a very long time. But our intelligence services has not done anything to deal with the problems of violent crime in the country, going for gangs, going for organized crimes that affect the daily lives of our people. At any time, Mr. Zuma goes around with no less than 200 police protecting him. Ministers go with no less than two police guards, and yet the majority of our people are left exposed with no recourse to justice when their rights are violated by criminals. State security structures have been operating without the Inspector General since 2015. In this time, we've seen mounting scandals in the intelligence structures. The Right to Know campaign, for instance, indicates that increasing concerns by journalists, activists, and union structures, there are increasing concerns that their phones are being tapped and their movements are being monitored. The UN Human Rights Committee, for an example, has issued a damning findings on South Africa's intelligence regime. Media has exposed details that show the use of grabber devices by South African security structures. The State Security Minister, Ministers Gigaba, and Mr. Zuma himself have repeatedly made dangerous remarks implying student protests and other civil society structures are linked to regime change agenda. It is a result of these utterances and the actions that follow which lead us to sincerely believe that South Africa has degenerated into a post-colonial disaster. They label those that they disagree with. They harass and arrest students, activists for demanding free education. At the center of their attempts to engender their kleptocracy, they make excuses about being targets of imperialist forces. But they've done nothing to disagree, to destabilize the imperialist hold in South Africa. There's no imperialist that will be angry with your regime because you're not doing anything to disrupt their hold in South Africa. So every dictator in the country has used intelligence services to mark out those who are trying to get change and to hold the state accountable and say that there are imperialist forces against them, there are imperialist forces who are trying to remove them. The EFF does not trust this candidate, and we want to put it in the record that even if we're going to be overwhelmed by the numbers in this house, we place a serious discomfort because of the way in which the ANC generally went on around lobbying for him. We do not trust and will properly investigate the failure of our intelligence agencies to protect our people and not Mr. Zuma and his corrupt elites. Thank you very much.
Honorable Kebekulu.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, this has been an odious process which has been ongoing since April of 2015. The Office of Inspector General has been vacant for almost 2 years because of the ruling party's insistence in supporting a previous candidate who was found to be partisan and wholly unsuitable for the position. The process then commenced afresh, and whilst I was unfortunately not able to be a part of the entire process, I am satisfied with the choice of candidate in that Dr. Mamaru Isaac Dintwe was the best performing of the candidates before the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. It is our sincere hope, as is the hope of all the citizens of this country, that our new IGI will be above and beyond state capture and partisanship, acting always in the best interest of all South Africans. I accordingly support Dr. Dintwe's nomination, as does my party, the IFP. I thank you.
Honorable Mwabe.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, honorable members. Deputy Speaker, firstly, on behalf of my party, allow me to pass condolences to the people of Cuba. May the commander, the people's hero, rest in peace. The process to arrive at a formal nomination for the post of the Inspector General was long and not always free of controversy. Yet today, the NFP is ready to voice its support for the recommendation of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence that Dr. Sehlomamaru Isaac Dintwe be appointed as the next Inspector General of Intelligence. We recommended Dr. Dintwe as our candidate of choice in the committee because of his outstanding performance during interviews and for the fact that he is not perceived to be aligned to any political party. Dr. Dintwe has impressive credentials. He holds a master's degree in forensic investigations and earned his doctorate in political science from UNISA 2 years ago, where he heads up police practice department in the School of Criminal Justice. Previously, he worked as a police constable, a detective, and a principal anti-corruption investigator. He's also an expert in forensic investigation and has published a book on the subject, and was a senior member of Independent Police Investigation Directorate in Mpumalanga before joining academic world. In our view, he is the best candidate to fill the position of the IG, which has been without his head for the last 18 months, since Advocate Faith Hatebe's term expired in March last year. The adverse effect of not having the Inspector General of Intelligence means that there is currently no effective civilian oversight over all the intelligence agencies, and for this reason, the NFP believes that this House will reach consensus today and approve the recommendation of Dr. Dintwe to this position. The Office of the IGI is entrusted with a very important duty to perform civilian oversight over all intelligence agencies. We believe that someone of high caliber like Dr. Dintwe is highly relevant to serve in this office if we take into consideration his skills and varied experiences he has. The NFP wishes Dr. Dintwe well in his tenure as Inspector General and trusts that he will execute his mandate with diligence and unwavering loyalty to the Constitution and our democracy. I thank you.
Honorable Kwankwa.
How, sakubona Deputy Speaker. Siyajabula ukubona. Speaker, Deputy Speaker and honorable members, the Constitution provides for the establishment and control of intelligence services, as well as the appointment of the Inspector General to carry out civilian oversight of the intelligence services in our country. This institution, therefore, has an important role to play in the coordination and monitoring of intelligence services in South Africa. In the interviews that took place earlier this month, the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence unanimously agreed to recommend to the President, Dr. Isaac Dintwe, for appointment as Inspector General of Intelligence. On behalf of the United Democratic Movement, I stand here to support the recommendation of Dr. Dintwe to the President of the Republic for the appointment as Inspector General of Intelligence. Dr. Dintwe's wealth of knowledge and experience in the security cluster will stand him in good stead in his new appointment. This is particularly important in light of the fact that the backlog of work in the IG's office requires someone who will be able to hit the ground running. However, as we support Dr. Dintwe's nomination, we want to caution him against the prevalent use of intelligence services to settle political scores. In fact, with regards to the use of state resources, or institutions rather, to settle political scores, I wish to say to you, Dr. Dintwe, that our nation finds itself at a crossroads, which provides an opportunity for reflection and self-correction. You have an important choice to make. You can either choose to continue with the dangerous route of using state institutions as political machetes with which to settle political or personal scores, which has dire consequences for the long-term stability of our country, or you can choose to use your term in office to build an intelligence services that supports law enforcement and ensures our national security. For the sake of our nation and that of our progeny, we hope you choose the latter. I thank you very much.
Honorable Mishwe.
Deputy Speaker, the position of Inspector General of Intelligence Services is a very crucial one. It needs to be filled by a person who is well qualified, competent, and as far as possible, a person who is independent and who will not do the bidding of the powers that be. The ACDP is concerned by some reports that indicate that Dr. Isaac Sloma-Marudintwe, who impressed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence with his energy and oozing confidence, did not make full disclosure of certain important information that should have been divulged. Failure to do so has left somewhat of a credibility gap and trust deficit in this candidate, who should be trusted as one who would put the interests of the country before the interests of friends and those who want to capture the intelligence services in our country. Even though the ACDP has some reservations about this candidate, we nevertheless will support the nomination of Mr. Dintwe to fill this vacancy that has been open for almost 2 years. He was indeed the best candidate among all the applicants, and his qualifications and credentials were very impressive. It is because of these reasons, with reservations, that the ACDP will support his nomination. Thank you.
Honorable J.J. Skosana.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, ministers, honorable members, distinguished guests on the gallery. Deputy Speaker, let me start by supporting the report from the JSCI. I support it because it's a collective report, a report that is going to assist us as a country in going forward. Section 7, subsection 1 of the Intelligence Services Oversight Act, Act 40 of 1994, mandates the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence to nominate a candidate for recommendation to the National Assembly of an Inspector General of Intelligence for President to consider for appointment. Since 31st March 2015, the office has been without a leader until to date. The JSCI has initiated the process of the appointment of the Inspector General of Intelligence. The committee took a collective resolution in terms of Rule 11 of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, Schedule B, to appoint a subcommittee to consider the applications and shortlist candidates to be interviewed in an open session. Deputy Speaker, the due processes were followed, and we collectively attempted to appoint a set official of on the following dates. That was in March 2015, April 2016, June 2015, but all these attempts were in vain. Finally, on the 8th to 9th November 2016, we anonymously nominated a suitable candidate for an appointment of Inspector General of Intelligence. The candidate is nobody else but Dr. Sloma-Maru Isaac. He is qualified, having institutional memory and academics, a lecturer from UNISA, and equal to a task in the Office of Inspector General of Intelligence. I would like to thank the following organizations that highly contributed during the process of the appointment of the IGI, that is the ANC, my organization, DA, NFP, IFP, and UDM. Our unity and togetherness has brought to the finality of the process of an appointment of Inspector General of Intelligence. Before I sit down, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I just want to respond to an EFF. EFF, they sent their member by the name of Honorable Ndlozi to participate in the intelligence after the withdrawal of Twala. Unfortunately, he is running away for vetting. That's why he's not participating in the committee.
Point of order.
Yes, honorable member.
We are celebrating
Skosana,
Palestine
please take your
today.
seat.
We must desist from embarrassingly misleading the country. I have not ran away from any vetting. I'm ready. Mashobo can come and vet me now.
Okay, honorable.
Can meet outside for him to vet me now.
Honorable
I just
member,
won't do it in a
that's okay.
spa. I just
Take
won't
your
do it
seat.
with manicure.
All right, honorable member, take your seat. It's not a point of order. Go ahead, honorable Skosana.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, even today we're still waiting for him to come and attend the vetting because there is no shortcut in that committee.
Deputy
You must
Speaker.
go the due process.
Order, Deputy Speaker.
What
The
are you-
committee
what are
doesn't
you
do
raising,
vetting. Parliament doesn't do vetting. He doesn't do vetting. He wouldn't
Honorable-
even know the first question to ask me. He's deliberately misleading the country and the House. He must withdraw. He's
No.
casting aspersions. He doesn't know my intentions.
Yeah,
How
honorable,
can he say I'm running away? How do you know I'm running away?
honorable member, please take your
I don't want to. No, my integrity is at stake in front of the country.
No, honorable member, you have.
Not running away.
Honorable member, that's a political statement. Go ahead, honorable.
Honorable Deputy Speaker,
Deputy Speaker,
kusukela ngo-2014 solo safika la
Honorable,
sihamba
honorable Skosana, please take your seat.
a point of order on Rule 82. When he referred to the minister, the honourable member, he did it in disrespectful terms. Mashlobo, when he spoke about him. Thank you.
Honorable members, please refer to members according to how the rules demand of you to do. You know that. Proceed, honorable member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, kusukela ngo-2014 solo safika la eParliament i-EFF ize nezithembiso kodwa sikho nesisodwa lesi abasisebenzayo for umphakathi. Okwesibili baphikisana nebudget, ibudget yokuthuthukisa emphakathini. Okutsho khona ukuthi abaphikisana nebudget abayifuni ibudget, abafuni
Honorable
intuthuko.
Skosana, please take your seat. Yes, honorable member.
No, I just wanted to remind the honorable,
Honorable member,
there.
what's your point of order?
Point of order, yes.
What's the rule and what are you pointing out?
92.
Oh,
I wanted to, point of order. We did get the president to pay back that money.
honorable member.
And we promised it and we delivered.
Honorable member, take
You
your
must
seat.
not
That's
mislead
not a
the
point of
country
order.
here.
Go ahead, honorable Skosana.
Leban.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, baphikisana ne-free education ukubhadalela abantwana abampofu, abantwana abahlagako emakhaya.
Point of order, order speaker. The member there is not being relevant to the subject there.
Honorable member.
He's supposed to discuss the appointment of the chief of intelligence there.
Okay, take your seat. You will tell him. Go ahead, honorable member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, they even not respecting the rules of this House and the constitution of the country, they interfere in all processes of the country.
Order, honorable speaker. Can you get this member to please be relevant to the subject at
Honorable
hand?
member, I will do so when I think he is being irrelevant. Proceed, honorable Skosana.
Ngakho Chairperson, Deputy Speaker, asimangali nabaphikisana nokuchashwa kwakamhloli mazombe we-intelligence. Ngoba yonke into esiyenzayo la eParliament bayayiphikisa. Into ebayaziyo ukuthi baphikise abezi nohlelo olusha oluzosenza ukuthi siqhubekele phambili si-South Africa. Ngakho le nhlangano lezi engikhulume ngazo, i-DA, NFP, IFP, sifuna sinibonge ne-UDM, sinibonge kakhulu ukuthi nibambe iqhaza kuze sifike la sikhona. EFF Ngiyacabanga ukuthi izazibuza after seyithumela imember ivetho izohlala kule committee kulapha azokwazi khona ukuthi fanele baqhube bahambisane nabanye abantu. Thank you very much. Ngiyathokoza. ANC iyayisupporta le report.
That concludes the debate on the matter. I now put the question. Are there any objections to the approval by the House of the nomination of Dr. Sitlamamaru Isaac Dintwe for appointment as Inspector General of Intelligence? There being a, yes, Honorable Stiene.
Deputy Speaker, because it's a vote that requires a constitutional majority of 2/3, you have to put it to a division by order because you need to record the votes.
Honorable member, you interrupt me in the process of going through the process. No, honorable member, please, man, just hold your horses. Allow the chair to proceed with the meeting. Honorable members, the Inspector General requires that there be 2/3 of members present in the House. And for that reason, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes to ensure that we go through that process. Thank you very much. You mean? order. Honorable members, I'd like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. It's the registration of your vote. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their support by pressing the yes button. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is the approval of the nomination as read out. Are all members in the allocated seats? The recording of the names of members in favor of the nomination will now commence. Those in favor of the nomination should press the yes button. Have all members recorded their votes? Okay.
Voting has not closed. There is a member who says
Yeah,
they
the
may
whips.
still vote. They may still vote.
The whips are seeing you, they will take that on board here. Yeah. Okay, all right. Thank you. Have all members recorded their vote? Honorable Hanakom? No. Stay outside, sir. The voting session is now closed.
Deputy Speaker, may I seek guidance from you because the practice in this House has always been, and I'm really sorry we're in this situation again, but during a vote, the seal has been broken.
Honorable member, you can't. No,
Exactly.
out.
Don't. Deputy
honorable
Deputy
members.
Speaker, I'm not blaming the members. I don't know what you're getting excited about. It's a presiding officer's. It's a presiding officer's and the table staff's job to ensure that the doors are sealed. That seal has been broken, and I would suggest that we input our votes again to ensure that the process is not challenged at a later stage. So I'm asking in terms of procedure that we just take the vote again, making sure the doors are properly sealed this time to ensure that this process isn't compromised.
Honorable members, Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Just following on Honorable Steenhuisen, could you give us a reason why you asked Minister Hanekom to leave the House? Is it for something else than the rules and procedures of this House?
I almost knew, Honorable Singh, that's the line you were going to take. Honorable members, I'm advised by the table that we must take the advice to do this again. So we will do that again. Honorable members, the bells will be rung for 30 seconds.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the doors are locked.
No, the bell is ringing, Chief. The House is not in session.
The doors are locked, Chair.
Honorable, open that door there. The bells are being rung. As soon as they are closed, they're going to be closed. Don't push the door, Honorable Member. Close the doors, seal the doors. Yeah, it's locked.
This door is
yeah,
locked,
it's
yeah.
locked now. It's proper. Now it's proper. The question before the House is the approval of the nomination as read out. All members in the allocated seats now. Please take your seat, honorable member. Those in favor of the nomination will now commence the registration. Those in favor of the nomination should press the yes button. And those against will press. The system will be made on, yeah. It will be made, okay. Yeah. It will come on. Press the yes button. Those against know what to do. And those who want to abstain should do the same. Have all members registered and recorded their votes? The voting session is now closed. The whips just indicate if you think that machine in front of you did not work. Just indicate. The whips are there to take care of that. Okay. No abstentions, 14 noes, 299.
Deputy Speaker, we want to subject those results to a security scrutiny and a vetting process. Can you please circulate them?
Honorable members, the nomination is therefore approved.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I'm rising on Rule 115, which says that of all the members who are inside the House, they must vote. Number two, I'm also rising on Rule 103.2, which states that the members can only vote from the seats which they are allocated to. I see the two members of EFF are not in their seats. Can you check whether they voted or not? Thank you.
That will be in the records, honorable member. It will be in the record, so it will show if members didn't. Yes, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker, I rise under Rule 123, which is motions without notice. Can I propose that this House can grant Minister Darren Nanekom to put that vote of no confidence in this platform? Because when he did it in other platform, he didn't succeed. But here, will be supported. Thank you.
Honorable members. The Secretary will read the second order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Finance on Rates and Monetary Amounts and Amendment of Revenue Laws Bill.
Chief Whip.
Deputy Speaker, I move that the report be adopted by the House.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. The Secretary will read the fourth order. The third order, sorry.
First reading debate, rates and monetary amounts and amendment of revenue laws bill.
The Secretary will read the bill the second time? First time? I'm lost.
No. I read the third order. No?
Yeah.
which is
Good.
first reading debate rates.
The what? Yeah.
Yes.
On my way back. As there is no list of speakers, are there any objections to the rates and monetary amounts and amendment revenue laws being read the first time? There is objection, we'll put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Deputy Speaker,
Honorable
the Dear
voters.
would like to make a declaration, please.
Let's hear a declaration.
Thank
Yes, go ahead, Honorable Member. It is 2 minutes, as you know.
Somlomo oyi-deputy ngiyahluleka ngesizulu ukuthi i-deputy yini kodwa ngiyakuhlonipha. Isekela nako-ke ngiyabonga. South Africa finds itself in a very difficult economic position with low growth and ever-escalating debt. President Zuma calls for the opposition not to politicize the economics. But it is President Zuma who fired Finance Minister Nene. It is he who is apparently intimately involved in state capture. It is he who continues to support Minister Zwane with his attack on the banks. In short, it is President Zuma who has politicized the economy. The DA does not like the Special Voluntary Disclosure Program, as it allows people who have broken the law to buy their way out of trouble. Nevertheless, because President Zuma and the ANC have stuffed up the economy and taxes are going to be increased, one way of limiting the ANC tax increases is to encourage the billions of rands apparently hidden abroad to be disclosed, to be taxed, and then to continue to be taxed every year thereafter. Whilst the DA supports the SVDP, this special offer to delinquent taxpayers must not be repeated, and this view is shared by the Davis Tax Committee. And indeed, it should not need to be repeated, as financial disclosures between states come into operation in 2017. Thereafter, naughty taxpayers can still run, but they will find it very difficult to hide. The DA supports the administration bill, but cannot support the additional taxes contained in the Rates and Monetary Amounts Amendment Bill. Thank you, Somlom.
Honorable Mentor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. These bills before the House intend to adjust various rates of different taxes such as income tax, transfer and custom duties. But more importantly, the bills also propose to re-establish a special voluntary disclosure program, a program that allows people hiding assets offshore to disclose and pay negotiated taxes and these assets without facing prosecution. As the EFF, we view this program as reactionary and not the way forward. While there are no easy methods to calculate capital flight and illicit financial flows, a prominent 2005 study found that capital flight and illicit financial flows in South Africa averages 6.6% of GDP since 1980. This, Honorable Deputy Speaker, amounts to well over 200 billion. Money that is lost every year throughout financial crimes, a leakage, and a threat to our fiscal stability that is preventable. Money that can fund free higher education, can fund national health insurance, decent housing, water infrastructure, and deliver quality services to our people. As the economic freedom fighters, we asked the Minister of Finance in March this year as to how much was SARS collected in revenue in all previous voluntary disclosure programs since 2012. To our shock and disbelief, only 6.3 billion was collected since 2012. When one considered the 200 billion that is lost every year through illicit financial flows, this is just a drop in the ocean. We have proposed the following practical solutions
Honourable
as a
Member,
way forward.
I'm afraid your time
The
has
National
expired.
Treasury and SARS must immediately look into an Anti-Tax
Honourable
Avoidance
Member,
Act.
your
We do
time
not
has
support
expired.
the report.
Honorable Hlengwa.
Ngiyathokoza Mhlonishwa Sekela Somlomo. Taxes are the lifeline for any country, because we collect the money in order to dispense the services and to ensure that the lives of the people are improved. So any program aimed at ensuring that more taxes are received by the state must be welcome. Therefore, in this regard, the IFP will support the Special Voluntary Disclosure Program to ensure that people are given the reprieve that they need in order for them to bring back the money home, and for us to ensure that the money that is available actually provides services. But of course, the flip side of the coin is that how the money is spent. It's all good and well to collect revenue. It's all good and well to ensure that systems are put in place for people to be able to receive the reprieve that they want. But if the spending patterns are not responsive to the collective needs of the people, then obviously all those programs are in vain. Honorable Speaker, what is also important is that you've got the issue of the illicit flows in the country. And this, of course, speaks to that as well, that money must be investigated, how it left the country before we can just willy-nilly allow it to come back into the country. The circumstances under which South Africa finds itself in now, with economic growth being as it is at 0.5%, the downgraded projections, the outlook of the rating agencies turning to negative, speaks to a new financial discipline that needs to emerge in the country to ensure that we protect whatever money is available in South Africa. So the IFP is calling for a new discipline in the spending patterns to ensure that when we collect the money, we do justice to the efforts that have been made of collection. So in that regard, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the IFP will support this. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member, NFP.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The National Freedom Party supports this bill. The bill before us contains several changes to the existing taxation laws, some technical in nature, whilst others are intended to have a positive impact on the generation of state income or revenue. Generally speaking, the National Freedom Party welcomes the changes proposed in the bill. Just about every year we see Treasury introducing ways to close tax loopholes used by trusts to avoid tax. This year is no different. From many years, trusts have been used as estate planning vehicles by individuals who wish to avoid certain tax consequences, specifically estate duty and donation tax. Honourable Deputy Speaker, one of the serious challenges we've had is the outflow of funds from the country by specifically, I would say, conglomerates or the big business. And I think this will go a long way in trying to recover and bring back the money into the country and ensure there is greater control measures put in place so that most of the revenue that is generated, especially by foreign nationals in the country, will not leave the country but will benefit the people of this country. So the National Freedom Party, in light of that, supports this. Thank you.
ANC.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Deputy President, Comrade Fidel Castro once said, "Revolution is not a bed of roses." Having listened to the DA standing on this podium and not supporting this piece of legislation by mentioning the President makes us to understand that when we speak about the Special Voluntary Disclosure Program, it affects their constituents. You see, people who take money offshore are not the constituencies of the African National Congress. It's big business and multinationals who takes money they made in South Africa and go and hide it in lower tax havens. That's why the DA will stand here and be worried about the Special Voluntary Disclosure Program. We as the ANC were saying, take the opportunity of the window period. Come voluntarily and tell us the money you have hidden outside. We'll pardon you, we'll be able to correct your books, and then you'll be taxpayers, and it will address the concerns of the EFF. The EFF should have stood here to support this legislation because it will make sure that the education bill is addressed. This money will be able to educate our young people. Therefore, Comrade Fidel was correct to say revolution is not a bed of roses. The bill provides for administrative matters related to the Special Voluntary Disclosure Program, which application dates were from the 1st of October 2016 to 30 June 2017. The committee reached consensus on the... I beg your pardon? You see, the problem is that you relate to an individual as opposed to a piece of legislation. That's the problem.
Honourable Member, your time has expired.
The NC supports the legislation. I thank you.
Honourable Members, the Secretary will read the bill a first time.
Rates and monetary amount and amendment of revenue bills.
The Secretary will read the fourth order.
Second reading debate, rates and monetary amounts and amendment of revenue laws bill.
As there are no list of speakers, are there any objections to the rates and monetary amounts revenue bill being read a second time? There being an objection, I now put the question. Those favor will say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it.
Deputy Speaker, please note the objection of the DA.
We'll do so.
Deputy Speaker, please note the objection of EFF.
We will do that. We will note the objections, and the Secretary will read the bill a second time.
The rates and monetary amounts and amendment of revenue laws bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the fifth order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Finance on rates and monetary amounts and amendment of revenue laws administration bill.
Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? There being objections, I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the sixth order.
Second reading debate, rates and monetary amounts and amendment of revenue laws administration bill.
There's still no speakers list. Are there any objections to the rates, monetary amounts, amendment, revenue laws administration bill being read a second time? There being an objection, I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it.
Deputy Speaker, please note our objection as EFF.
We'll note the EFF's objection. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Rates and monetary amounts and amendment of revenue laws administration bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the seventh and eighth orders together.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Finance on Taxation Laws Amendment Bill, and consideration of report of Standing Committee on Finance on Tax Administration Laws Amendment Bill.
The Chief Whip of the majority.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the reports be adopted. Are there any objections? There being objections, I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against, no. No noes agreed to. Oh, you must switch on your volume. Okay. Those in favor will, oh no, we've gone through that. It's agreed to. The Secretary will read the 9th and 10th orders together.
First reading debate, Taxation Laws Amendment Bill. And second reading debate, Taxation Administration Laws Amendment Bill.
No, where's the, is it, oh, Honorable Buthelezi, they've changed the list. Go ahead, Nat. Honorable member, please don't scream, man.
Honorable
ahead,
Deputy
Honorable.
Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable members, fellow South Africans. Allow me, Deputy Speaker, to start by saluting the commander, the internationalist, the revolutionary who has just fallen. Allow me to thank him and the people of Cuba who shared trenches with us in Malanje, in Kibashe, in Viane, in Bosafu, and in Quito Kwanavale. Thank you very much, Comrade Fidel. The Taxation Laws Amendment Bill of 2016 marks the culmination of a very extensive consultation process by National Treasury and public hearings with members of the public in general and labor and business in particular. There were a lot of consultations in keeping with the ANC's tradition of listening to people. The proposed amendments optimize tax collections and attempt to augment skills base and employment of our people. The amendment proposes the removal of the 20 million rand cap an employer may claim per annum using employer tax incentives from 1 March 2017. The ANC agrees with this because unemployment has reached unacceptable levels in our country. The African National Congress has come up with many initiatives meant to increase employment opportunities and employability of its people, especially the youth. ETI, as it's known, is one such initiative. The 27.1% unemployment rate released by State South Africa enjoins us to do extraordinary things to mobilize this wasted resource back to being productive and contribute to economic growth of our country. Honorable members, the unpalatable truth is that this high unemployment still goes along racial lines, proving that the destruction caused by apartheid will still be with us for some time to come. The main contribution of ETI to young people was to give them confidence, enhance their dignity and self-worth. Without self-worth and confidence, there remains very little hope of young people. Although ETI is just 2 years old, the research conducted shows the appreciation of the private sector of this government initiative. One of the respondents from the employers noted, I quote, "ETI has enabled us to compete with China as we could keep our costs competitive," unquote. This was a very large manufacturing company. Honorable members, poverty with unemployment being the biggest contributor remains the biggest threat to our democracy. In 2002, learnership tax incentives, LTI, was introduced again to encourage skills development by providing tax deductions for an employer in respect of formal CETA-registered training programs. Again, because LTI's contribution to enhancing much-needed skills to grow the economy were of the strong view that it should continue until 31 March 2022. While learnerships will still qualify for these incentives, However, agreements with learners that have basic to intermediate qualifications will be prioritized by providing a higher value of claims. Of particular importance is the incentivization of employers to train people living with disabilities. These and many other government initiatives stress the importance of working together of government, labor, and business in confronting the challenges faced by our people in these tough economic times. This proves that it helps no one to fold arms and point fingers at each other about the failure of the economy to create much-needed jobs. It says, now more than ever before, we should work together. The scars of apartheid and global economic crisis of 2008 can only be healed by samewerking. It is now an accepted truth that small and medium businesses are drivers of economic growth and employment creation. We note that the use of these incentives by small and medium enterprises is not at the desired level. We have no doubt that if there was a wider understanding and usage of these incentives by SMMEs, the impact would have been even larger. It is thus of critical importance to ensure that there is more education of these small businesses about these incentives. Deputy Speaker City, amabhizinisi amancane nawo kufanele ahlomule kulolu hlelo likahulumeni. Kungabi uhlelo lomntakabani nabadla izambane likapondo. The rural areas are hardest hit by high rates of unemployment and skills deficit. The usual bias against the rural areas should be bridged, amongst others, by ensuring that there is education on rural small businesses about the existence of both the employment tax incentives and learnership tax incentives. These are the places which must be incentivized to create employment opportunities there and in the process develop and grow their economies. This will ultimately redefine economic development. It may, with more rural businesses, create more employment opportunities. TLAP introduces measures that prevent tax avoidance through the use of trusts. It includes provisions that restrict the use of interest-free loan trust as a mechanism to avoid estate duty and donations tax. This is a welcome initiative ensuring that every cent is collected by SARS. It is not right and it cannot be right that the people of South Africa are denied what rightfully belongs to them. This is even more important as the budget deficit increases. We urge National Treasury to be even tough and continue researching any other aggressive tax schemes which may undermine tax collections. 2016 draft TLAP also addresses the circumvention of rules dealing with employee-based incentive schemes, which in most cases would result in lower tax rate than required being used. That is, dividend tax and not tax on remuneration. It was recognized, honorable members, that there may have been unintended negative consequences on broad-based black economic empowerment schemes. Since BBBE is an important government initiative to try and deal with real racial economic ownership, the revised provisions avoid amendments to the vast majority of restricted equity investment schemes and instead target the particular instances of potential abuse. Honorable members, the committee is currently discussing the proposed sugar tax by the Department of Health. The Minister of Health is definitely concerned about the health effects of sugar, obesity, and diseases associated with it. There's no doubt that there's been different voices about this. The committee is looking carefully at this, wanting to understand the fuller implications. There are questions that we must satisfy ourselves, including, but not limited to, 1, the price elasticity or non-elasticity of sugar demand. In other words, will higher prices discourage sugar and related products consumption? 2, impact on employment creation, especially when we consider the whole value chain. 3, what is the impact on complementary goods like packaging, tins, bottles, etc.? 4, the timing of this tax is also very critical. Will it be judicious to introduce it when the country is struggling with low growth rates and very low levels of employment rates? In short, honorable members, more information and science is required before we proceed. Because of tough economic times, we do agree that subordination agreements entered to in respect of debt instruments are not adversely impacted by the anti-hybrid debt rules when required for purposes of maintaining a debtor's company solvency. Honorable Chair, you would have seen that the thrust of our focus is protecting the jobs, creating new jobs, integrating our young people into mainstream economy so that they can contribute to the growth and development of our beautiful country. As I conclude, Chair, allow me to borrow wise words from the late President of the African National Congress, the revolutionary and commander Oliver Reginald Tambo when he said about the young people, I quote, "The children of any nation are its future. A country, a movement, a person that does not value its youth and children does not deserve its future." Tambo lenyoka, lihlabela imzondayo. I
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Once again, so that honorable members, we don't raise points of order about issues of relevance. I'm just reminding you that we are dealing with two orders, 9 and 10. So speakers, as they present themselves, they might actually deal with both legislation at the same time. Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable Lees.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. Nice to see you as well. I have yet to meet a person who enjoys paying tax. Tax collectors generally have been reviled throughout the history of the world. Despite this, we can't avoid paying tax, and indeed it remains the best known way to provide for the desperate needs of so many people in South Africa. The only thing that taxpayers require of government is that the taxes raised are spent responsibly, legally, and to the best benefit of all South Africans. That is why the DA welcomes the extension of the employment tax incentive for a further 2 years. This is tax well spent as it stimulates jobs for the 57% of young people in South Africa who are not registered on the tax database. The scheme and hundreds of thousands of jobs that have been created for our youth owes its existence to the youth wage subsidy proposals that the DA initiated and for which the DA fought hard and long. The ETI owes its existence to the blood of DA members that was spilt on that fateful day in May 2012, when thousands of DA members marched as a blue wave towards COSATU House to demand that COSATU support the creation of jobs for our youth and not to block the youth wage subsidy in the NEDLAC negotiations. It was during this march that DA members were physically attacked and stoned by ANC and COSATU supporters. Pictures in the newspapers of injured DA supporters stunned South Africans from all walks of life. Slalo, akekho mangibona mina izophika ukuthi ngolelo langa ngoMay 2012 ipolitiki lana eZansi Africa ishintshile. Ishintshile kuthi ngoleso sikhathi babonile abantu baZansi Africa kuthi likhona elinye iqembu ehambana nabonke abantu baZansi Africa. Likhona elinye iqembu izobasiza nalaba abanalutho. Babonile ukuthi noma likhona igazi amalunga we-DA amile ababhalekanga bazile ukuthi uhulumeni uzwe ukukhala abantu basha abethu. In 2014-15, the ETI has stimulated the creation of 686,402 jobs. This is
Order,
far
honorable
more
members.
than
Order. Order. Honorable members, can we lessen our voice as we converse so that we allow the speaker on the podium?
Ngiyabonga Slalo kodwa angisabi umsindo mina. This is far more than the original estimate of 423,000 jobs. These are real jobs that provide skills, experience, and dignity to young South Africans. They give young South Africans a kickstart into the job market and allow them the opportunity to succeed and to bring a life of dignity to themselves and their families. The DA is pleased that our proposal that the 20 million rand cap per employer that was initially proposed was removed by this Standing Committee on Finance. This cap would have resulted in the loss of some 80,000 jobs had it been in place in the 2014-15 year. The objective of the ETI was always to stimulate the creation of jobs and was never to reduce spending. We are disappointed that our proposals to extend the ETI for 3 years instead of the proposed 2 years was rejected. Our proposal to compensate for inflation over the past 2 years and to increase the salary qualification brackets of the ETI was also not accepted. As a result, the DA is concerned that the ETI program will not achieve the maximum number of jobs that it potentially could achieve. The low take-up of the ETI by small businesses has been disappointing. It is therefore vital that National Treasury ensure that SARS implement a system whereby employers are able to claim the ETI benefits even if they do not have an employer's tax liability from which they can deduct the ETI. We believe that this will go a long way to ensure that the ETI is taken up by more small businesses and must surely encourage the growth of those small businesses. We are pleased that our more stringent reporting regime of the ETI by the Minister was accepted and has been included in the administration bill. In order to ensure the maximum number of jobs are created, it is important that the implementation of the ETI is monitored throughout its existence and not just evaluated when it comes to an end. Madam Chair, the DA welcomes the following changes contained in the bills: the inclusion of personal service companies as part of small business tax regime, the accelerated capital allowances for renewable energy projects, the inclusion of infrastructure spends in terms of social labor plans by mining companies as being tax-deductible expenses. And lastly, the extension of the relief from capital gains tax to other land reform initiatives and will no longer be restricted just to land restitution projects. The DA hopes that this will encourage more land reform projects in order to address the vital land reform imperative in South Africa. Madam Chair, land reform, despite the land rhetoric from the ANC, has all but stalled under the regime of President Zuma. Madam Chair, the Democratic Alliance supports both bills.
Siyabonga lunga elihloniphekile, ngithembe ukuthi ngokulandelayo awuzusho ukuthi umsindo awusabi. Ngicele ulunga elihloniphekile uNdlozi. Singacela ume kancane lunga elihloniphekile ingathi kukhona unkosikazi Mkhaliphi lunga elihloniphekile.
Ngiyabonga House Chair. I just want to check in terms of Rule 81.
Yes.
I just saw that the previous speaker from the DA has been given 8 minutes and the ANC 8 minutes. So can I get a clarity why the EFF is only getting 4 minutes?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I may not know seated here in terms of the allocations of numbers. However, I will request that the consultation may be amongst the members. It does take place to relate on that one. Order, Honorable Ndlozi.
This bill proposes to remove the cap of 20 million per employee on the employment tax incentive, despite the recommendations of Parliamentary Budget Office to the contrary. This is done without a shred of evidence on how this tool actually increases employment or addresses the chronic problem of unemployment in our country. The only true benefit of this incentive is the very big business that enjoys proximity to National Treasury. With this incentive, we are on our knees legalizing the bribery of private capital, begging for them to develop the economy. The employment tax intensive is based on a false notion that employment in South Africa is due to lack of skills. Thus, the solution is to bribe companies to provide the supposed skill. This is not only abdication of responsibility to educate and train the youth, but government is literally saying to business, we will take taxpayers' money to pay for wages, and you can just take profits and go home. This is the same big business with no interest to develop the country and that is engaged in aggressive tax avoidance and illicit financial flows. It is the same big business that gets taxed low in an effort to appease them to expand and increase jobs. For the last 22 years, jobs have not come at all because the one who is possessed and driven by the desire to maximize profit and greed will never ever act in the interest of uplifting the unemployed. 47.6% of youth aged between 20 and 25 are not employed, are not in school, are not being trained, and so is more than 52% of the female youth in the same age group. It clearly illustrates that in terms of job creation, the African national criminals have failed. So what do you do in order to provide sustainable jobs? The first structural problem you must resolve is the anti-black ownership of credit. Until you have a bank that is willing to lend billions of rands to talented black entrepreneurs with real ideas for real industry, all you do is in vain. Even if you give them the tax incentive, you've got to be able to open up the credit. South African banks control our ability as a nation to borrow from our own future. They don't care that millions of black entrepreneurs have no sureties. Thus, they do not lend them money at all. So you need a state bank that all state departments and corporations bank with, run efficiently and independently, that will lend money to black new industrialists to emerge. Secondly, you need to take our minds back and use all the proceeds to diversify the industry because on its own it has refused. Thirdly, you need to invest in agriculture by expropriating agrarian land for equal redistribution. Our secret to job creation lies here. After you give the land across to farmers, then protect them and give them massive subsidy. With this, you will be guaranteed quality jobs, not just from farmers, but right through the food chain. Finally, if you want jobs, tell the retail industry from Pick and Pay to Pep Store through legislation who are selling food and clothes inside the township malls to first buy from local producers inside the townships. There is no country in the world that has managed to get out of underdevelopment, chronic unemployment and poverty with neoliberalism. You must protect infant industries and get involved in those industrial activities that private business finds risky. Above all these are the environmentally friendly ways of generating energy, solar, wind power. Giving business tax incentives will not make any shifts whatsoever to the problem of unemployment. We have to get directly involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndlozi, and thanks to the NA table for having assisted all of us who are challenged in terms of height. Thank you very much, Honorable Hlengwa.
Ngiyathokoza mhlonishwa sihlalo namalungu ahloniphekile alendlu. The IFP supports the Taxation Laws Amendment Bill and the Tax Laws Amendment Bill. Honorable Chair, the bill proposes to effect amendments to no less than 8 acts dealing with the collection of fiscal revenue in South Africa. It proposes deletions of now obsolete provisions and various technical corrections. In essence, it tightens, aligns, and seeks to create a greater synergy between tax legislation in the country. Of significant import to the IFP are the proposed amendments with regards to enhancing the independence of the tax ombud by extending his tenure in office and by allowing the ombud to employ its own staff. However, the concern is that out of the 961 complaints being dealt with by the Office of the Tax Ombud as of 16th of October this year, 432 still have not been finalized by SARS. The proposed amendments, therefore, of Section 20 of the Tax Administration Act will assist in resolving disputes once it comes to enforcing by compelling SARS and the taxpayer to respond within reasonable time, within 30 days of receiving the Ombud's recommendations. In respect of lodging a dispute with regard to a specific tax period, the extension of the period for an additional 30 days will provide relief for taxpayers, and this must be welcomed. Honorable Chairperson, the IFP wants to congratulate the extension of the employment tax incentive by 2 years because we believe that every effort needs to be made at ensuring that jobs are created And having interacted with quite a number of stakeholders in the field and those that have actually utilized the ETI, it is quite clear that it is assisting. We are obviously concerned that there was a toing and froing between the 20 million rand cap and so on, but we believe that the removal of the cap is going to broaden the scope and the space for those who are going to continue making use of this facility. But we want to encourage small businesses as well to actually make use of this particular program, and for us to create opportunities and space for them to be able to use it, because we believe they've got a role to play, and we cannot count on big business to be the silver bullet of all our problems. Small business is the backbone of any economy that hopes to grow, and we believe that work in that regard still needs to be made. And this ETI creates a conducive environment for the creation of jobs and the transfer of skills. And having interacted, as I said, with the relevant players in the field, it is quite evident that it is working. With regards to the learnership tax incentive, we also welcome the fact that this deals with skills training and for artisans, and having been available now since 2002, markets welcome this. And we welcome the bias, of course, that it deals directly with those persons with disabilities. Finally, we want to emphasize that geographical spread in this regard is very important. Let us pay a heavy emphasis on rural businesses and
Thank
rural
you very
communities
much, Honourable
to ensure
Member.
ukuthi imali ayiphayeli emadolobheni.
Isikhathi
Ngiyathokoza,
siphelile.
Sihlalo.
Siyabonga. Honourable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, allow me to start by acknowledging the role that the great leader Fidel Castro played in the liberation of our people of South Africa. You know, Honorable Chairperson, it is said that a cat has 7 lives, but the great leader Fidel Castro had 632 attempts at his life, including having his wife being used to murder him. But all that failed. So our condolences to the people of Cuba on the role that he played in providing or liberating the people of South Africa, despite the fact that the imperialists tried to oppose him and murder him and do everything else. Honorable Chairperson, the National Freedom Party welcomes the harmonizing of tax deductions to one calculation for contributions to pension funds, provident funds, and retirement annuity. Any change which encourages people to invest in their retirement must be welcome, because the more people invest in their retirement, the less money government has to spend on pensions, and funds could be redirected to other worthy social issues. Another change which we welcome is the increase on thresholds for exemption of employer-provided bursaries in the current climate. Created by the Fees Must Fall campaign, it is imperative that any initiative aimed at improving access to higher education must be supported whilst government works out a way to provide free education for all, as has been alluded to. Honorable Chairperson, the tax to be levied on sugar must be welcomed, given the fact that diabetes is fast becoming the number one cause of death worldwide. The challenges of obesity cannot be overemphasized. Honorable Chairperson, the cost to the state presently is in excess of 28 billion rand as a result of the scourge of diabetes and obesity. So I think we must actually encourage the tax. I think the perception out there that it is going to create greater unemployment, I think is not true. What is generally happening is those conglomerates, those organizations that live on the blood of the people in terms of these beverages and things that they provide, they continue to want to even use the people and going on these marches and things. So I think we must discourage them. What I think is very important, and I think the role that the Minister of Health is playing in trying to create a better, healthy life for the people in South Africa, that must be encouraged, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, the National Freedom Party supports this, and in any event, what we are saying is this, that whilst there is an argument that it will create unemployment, what we can assure the House is this, that by creating the sugar tax, you will discourage people from going out there and purchasing goods which has a harmful effect on them. So the National Freedom Party, in light of that, believes that we're moving in the right direction, and we will support this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mahlangu.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, abantu bekhethu, malunga ahloniphekile lochana. The very high unemployment rate of 27.1% released by Statistics South Africa is the challenge, which requires all of us to mobilize our energies, our resolve, and our resources to challenge it head on. The people who are ravaged by this scourge are unfortunately the future of our country, the young people, whose unemployment rate is even higher than the average national rate. The other vulnerable section of our society are women, the rural community, and the people living with disability. Any intervention which ignores this reality will in no doubt not impact decisively on employment creation. The ETI and LTI are such interventions by government. Interventions which are meant to assist with creation of decent job opportunities for the most vulnerable section of our society. Honorable members, unemployment does not just hit an individual in his or her pocket, but it also does the following. The longer you are unemployed, the more unlikely you are to get a job. It has also been found that unemployment has devastating psychological effect. The self-esteem of the unemployed is highly compromised. Your self-worth as perceived by yourself and the society to be suboptimal. Scars of being unemployed for a long time may remain with you long after you have been employed. The wider economic effect of unemployment, especially for the young people, are huge. It means the most creative resource is left idle, resulting in lower economic growth, getting into a vicious cycle of further unemployment. Honorable members, we all complain about high crime rates. This is negative externality of unemployment. The prisons, which are overflowing, are a reminder of the society which has failed to provide employment opportunities for its young people. That is why we as the ANC unreservedly support TLAB 2016 because, among others, it tries to restore the dignity of young people by getting them in a job environment. Honorable members, since ETI is only 2 years old, it is a toddler by any standards, and therefore still a lot of teething problems. However, there were concerns which have been raised before by the committee, and unfortunately some of them are being answered now. The primary concern has been the possibility of abuse of the incentives. No obvious abuses have been found, which does not mean they are not there. We have, however, stressed with National Treasury that they should remain perpetually vigilant. Other questions, honorable members, which had been of concern since the inception of ETI were, do these companies benefit from the scheme retain the young people in their employ? We were worried about the train and dump phenomenon. Does ETI promote a change in attitudes towards employing the youth? Does ETI create new jobs? Is there a genuine transfer of skills in companies? Contrary to what Honorable Lees have said, honorable members, Singizi Consulting conducted a research for Business Unity South Africa, which started to answer some of the concerns raised. The following outcomes came out, and they were indeed very encouraging. Many employers indicated that they have been able to keep employment numbers relatively stable because of the ETI. Employers indicated that experience of employing young people has in many cases changed their views about the value of employing young people. As to whether ETI created new jobs, indeed the research confirmed that there were certain industries where companies were able to create, to increase employment, like in the clothing manufacturing sector. They stated that they have been able to increase employment through the ETI. Honorable Chair and honorable members, in the environment of very high level of unemployment, the impact of ETI is so far very encouraging. However, it will be very naive of us to think that these cannot be abused by some of the unscrupulous companies out there. That is why National Treasury and SARS should remain vigilant and make sure the scheme is used to benefit the young people who desperately need employment opportunities. It is also very important that SMMEs be encouraged to access the scheme, as Honorable Buthelezi have said. There was a clear indication that it is big companies who have largely accessed the scheme. This cannot be right. SMMEs must be encouraged to access the scheme, which therefore means awareness campaigns should be conducted about the existence of the ETI. We are aware that more impact of the scheme will be felt if young women are targeted to benefit both as employees and whose companies also access ETI. Unemployment is worse in the rural areas, Honorable Chair. The need to deliberately focus in the rural areas cannot be overemphasized. Employment tax incentive scheme and learnership tax incentive scheme cannot be seen as panacea or remedy for all our unemployment challenges of the youth and skills deficit. However, they are part of suite of interventions by government. Honorable Chair, again, a clear indication of the ANC government commitment to the future of our young people. It should not be forgotten that we do, despite very tight fiscal position, but we say young people cannot be sacrificed. Chairperson, we need to call upon our youth to take the opportunity by both hands so as to shed off the chains of property. As the former president of the ANC, Nelson Mandela, said, I quote, open quote, young people are capable, when aroused, of bringing down the towers of oppression and raising the banners of freedom, close quote. Honorable Chairperson, ngiyathokoza kakhulu kwamambala. Inaga ayilale, inhliziyo zipharumelane. Thank you.
Siyabonga lunga elihloniphekile, Honorable Khoza.
Mhlali ngaphambili angibonge. Ngiphinde ngibonge nenhlambuluko ka Honorable Liz ngenkathi eyixoxa le ndaba yakhe ukuthi cha uyakubalekela kwayena ukuthi akhokhe intela.
Order.
Uyabona ke Honorable Liz umane wasitshengisa nje ukuthi umeleni nokuthi iziphi inhloso nazo noma iphathi yakho enazo. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi yazi angaze ukuthi bangaka abantu abafunde email and Guardian last week. Ngibonile ukuthi inceke yenkosi usuzama ukuthi uthole labengathi banamakhono abamnyama. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi abondlozi bazo apply ngoba engathi DA ithe yabafuna abantu abazoza ngoba wena nceke yenkosi usucabange ukuthi kuhle ukuthi wandisa abantu abamnyama lapha yana ngoba lendlu imhlophe kakhulu. Chairperson, in processing the Taxation Laws Amendment Bill 2016, we drew our mandate.
Order. Honorable Khoza, can you take your seat? Honorable Member, what's the point of order?
I rise on Rule 92. But this is an insult. You can't call our commissar to apply.
Order.
He is a
Honorable
leader.
Member.
He's our spokesperson.
Order.
He's our leader.
Honorable Mkhalipi.
No, she must withdraw.
Honorable Mkhalipi, can you take a seat?
Chair.
Honorable Khoza, can you proceed?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. In fact, let me congratulate you, Honorable Ndlozi, that you have completed, I understand you've completed your PhD, and you may apply, actually. You now qualify. You've done a study on the youth. You will help them. You speak like them. Anyway, in processing the Taxation Laws Amendment Bill 2016, withdrew our mandate from the
But,
53rd
Chair.
Conference of the ANC.
Order, honorable member.
Chair, I call an order.
Order, can you
on.
please take a seat?
I said she must just withdraw. That is an insult to our spokesperson. And again, Rule 68, she is irrelevant on the discussion on the topic.
Order, honorable member. You raised the point of order that what the member has said is an insult. Reflecting on the rule that you yourself has raised, I don't think the statement impugns on a member. All what she asks is that the member can apply, and I think the member has a right not to apply.
And he
So
qualifies.
it's not impugning nor casting any aspersions. Honorable Khalifi.
Chairperson.
Order, Honorable Khoza.
Chair, angazi noma ukuthi nigqoka amakhoti afanayo yini lethiwa usayida nayo. But
Order.
please, Chair.
Honorable Mkhalipi, ngiyabonga kakhulu. Singaqhubeka lungelihloniphekile nenkulumo.
Hayi ungakhathazeki honorable Hlalo uhlophe laphayana uyazi ukuthi uyakhumbula ekhaya. Futhi sisamlindele bandla abuyeze ekhaya. In processing the Taxation Laws Amendment Bill 2016, we drew our mandate from the 53rd Conference of the ANC in Mangaung, which observed that the youth aged 15 and 34 years accounted for 37% of South Africa's population, of which more than half of 18 to 24-year-olds live under the lower bound of poverty line of 604 rands per month in 2011. The ANC leads by fact, and we do not necessarily come to this podium to brainstorm. Whatever policies, and when we consider these amendments, we are informed by facts. It is for this reason that this organization of the people is acutely aware that even if employment average annual economic growth were to rise by 5%, which we all know is not the case due to a number of complex factors, unemployment amongst 18 to 24-year-olds would be 44% by 2020 and 31% by 2030. Our focus on skills development is motivated more by our desire and vision to see more young South Africans able to access the job market and starting their own businesses. Chairperson, notwithstanding the ambiguities, challenges, and divergent voices directed at the African National Congress, we cannot despair, nor can we afford to be impaired from focusing our attention to the needs and demands of our primary constituency. We are talking about those people that when you are about to land in Cape Town, you see those tin shacks and those faces of poverty. These are the people that we represent. The people that are unemployed and those who have stopped seeking employment, those are our constituency. We are talking about that man looking for a job in Khayelitsha in Mitchell's Plain, the poor woman with a child on the back, our people who remain trapped in the tin shacks. The color of the unemployed youth whose hopes and dreams are shattered on a daily basis is a brutal reminder of the face of capital, the face of poverty, the face of destitution, which is undeniably not colorless in South Africa. It is perfidious to expect that a struggle that began more than 400 years ago, when in 1488, the first Khoi header threw the first stone at the Portuguese buccaneers, commanded by Bartolome Dias, in what today is known as the Mossel Bay, can be undone in 20 years. It is also mendacious to expect a 100-year-old people's movement not to go through a process of metamorphosis or some kind of evolution as the material and political conditions change. The biggest challenge is that As we fight all social ills, such as corruption, and advancing a moral pursuit for the restoration of the dignity of the Black, African, and Coloureds in particular, the narratives of our opponents who are hell-bent on retaining the status quo covertly paint corruption black and thus distorting the economic and political reality of South Africa. The struggle is not yet over. Those who think they have arrived at freedom are making a mistake. The bloodless decolonization war is much harder than fighting for the removal of racial profiling statutes. The Taxation Laws Amendment Bill 2016 comes at a time when the demands on the fiscus are sky high and the sources of revenue are, strictly speaking, shrinking due to tax-based erosion, profit shifting, illicit financial flows, immoral form of capitalism which puts profits before people, and that is the DA. The taxation laws space, honorable members, is a highly contested ideological space. This is simply because we represent a different interest in the committee. There are those who would stop at nothing at sustaining the dual economy, with the first one being for the beneficiaries of colonialism and racial capitalism, and second economy, which is for the survivalist economies, and those exclusively reserved for those who were at the bottom of the colonial social ladder. The African National Congress will not be distracted from its noble mission of decolonizing the economy of the Republic of South Africa. Madam Chairperson, our bloodless war against perpetual colonial domination in every form is inspired by Santu, who lived in 544 BC to 496 BC. In his Art of War, he argued that the art of war is vital important for the state. He argued that, open quote, the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Your time is up.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Deputy Minister of Finance.
Honorable Chair and honorable members, the 4 tax bills before the House today give effect to the proposals made in the 2016 budget in February this year. It takes a long time to adopt the tax bill, as the Division of Revenue and Appropriation Bill from the budget have long been passed, and we have even now dealt with we are now currently dealing with MTBPS adjustment bills. Underlying the entire budget is the revenue raised in terms of the tax bill, and it is our task today to pass the tax bill. Whilst the revenue expected to be collected in 2016-17 has been revised downwards by 23 billion, with the latest information available from the last month's MTBPS, these bills deal with tax proposals announced in the budget. Tax proposal process is a consultative process, and it takes much longer than expenditure approval process. The tax proposals in the bills need to be seen within the framework of the February 2016 budget, which, in anticipating the deteriorating economic outlook, set a course of a more rapid consolidation. The proposal intended to narrow the budget deficit more quickly than previously projected and stabilize the growth of debt. There might be those who assume that fiscal consolidation is in itself a reactionary measure. I would want to assure you that without fiscal consolidation, the fiscal space necessary to drive industrial development and some of the progressive projects adopted by this government is impossible. Underlying the tax proposal is the need to protect and improve tax morality, which is very critical to achieve the objectives of nation building and those objectives contained in the NDP. Taxpayers are willing to pay their taxes in order to ensure that the state has the funds to redistribute fund and sustain social investment, particularly to the poor and wealthier communities, be it in the form of roads, municipal services, education, health, social grants, and other services. Critical to tax morality is the need to spend as efficiently and effectively as possible. The publication of the expenditure reviews is a big step in this direction because it ensures that we guarantee accountability in our spending decisions. It is also vital that everyone is treated equitably in the tax system and that everyone pays their fair share. Not only can tax morality be severely undermined if people think their taxes are not well spent, but also if they know that others are not paying the tax they should and abusing the system for their own advantage. We need to be firm on enforcement and quick to stop schemes people use to avoid paying taxes. Bringing non-compliant taxpayers into the system will improve revenues while also creating a more just, legitimate tax regime. It is important that we ensure that everyone is actually brought into the comprehensive tax-paying base where all taxpayers contribute according to their means. While all these measures gradually shift the tax system to meet our needs in the medium term, slower economic growth in recent years has resulted in increasing pressure on fiscal position, requiring an announcement at the 2016 budget of measures to increase tax revenue by 18.1 billion for the 2016-17 fiscal year. The Rates and Monetary Amounts and Amendment of Revenue Laws Bill is a primary mechanism through which rate or threshold changes have been made to bolster tax revenues. These additional tax revenues are required to continue with our public program of development. The Taxation Law Amendment Bill enacts the more comprehensive amendments announced in the budget to close down loopholes, extend and modify specific tax incentives, and refine certain provisions to create simpler and more effective tax system. The bill prioritizes the need to promote youth employment and learnerships by extending both the employment tax incentives and the learnership incentive, demonstrating our commitment to deal with the challenge of youth unemployment. If we are to focus on evidence and less on ideology, the employment tax incentive supported over 645,000 youth jobs in the first full tax year, with over 6.3 billion worth of claims being made in the first 2 years. Though we may not have reached an agreement on some aspects of this thing, there is a general consensus based on research that the ETI is effective and has positive impact on youth employment, and the further extension of the incentive is warranted to gather more data and try to ensure that we improve levels of youth employment. And Honorable Ndlozi, I think it's important that when we make broad and sweeping statements about performance of programs, we do look at facts. The reality is that I think we're not being ideological about driving the program. It is based on its impact. The numbers show it. We have recently adopted a program together with our partners, the Youth Employment Services Initiative, which government is partnering with a whole range of stakeholders, and the aim is to create an additional 500,000 new jobs for youth over the next 3 years. Again, all of these programs need to be looked at in conjunction and in a context of a number of other measures government is taking to drive development, to drive growth in our economy. And most of those measures were outlined in the MTPPS statement by the minister. A review of the learnership tax incentive was also completed and published. And again, the issue of youth skills is critical to the growth of the economy. And the review showed the importance of ensuring that we maximize skills development. We are also in conversation with the Department of Higher Education to ensure that we align most of these with the CETA program. And there's a lot of proposals on the table to deal with this issue. Estate duty and donation tax to play a small part in the collection of the total tax revenue which is primarily due to
Honorable
available.
Minister, if you can summarize the time.
In conclusion, therefore, I want to end by reminding us all that the February budget, the medium-term budget policy statement, show that we continue to face tough period ahead. We need to take bold steps to avoid the low growth trap and hence propose balanced consolidation with proposals that include a combination of both tax policy measures and a reduction in the expenditure ceiling. We are also focusing on ensuring that we drive a growth strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. Are there any objections to the Tax Laws Amendment Bill being read a first time? No objections agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill a first time.
Taxation Laws Amendment Bill.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the Tax Administration Laws Amendment Bill being read a second time? No. There being no. Can you please indicate?
Yeah, please record the objection. EFF.
Okay.
Sorry.
I now put the question since there are objections. Those in favor will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it. We have noted the objection of the EFF on this bill. The bill can be read the second time. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Tax Administration Laws Amendment Bill.
The bill will now be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. Honorable Member, I was reminded by Honorable Koza that actually some of the members here in this House, apart from the work that they are doing, they are also studying. I want to congratulate all of you who have done well in your studies in my capacity as the House Chairperson responsible for learning and development. I also note that some of you are still continuing, so please do well. And remember that if you don't pass, there is a penalty. Well done to all of you who have passed. The Secretary will now read the 11th order.
Taxation Laws Amendment Bill.
As there is no list of speakers, are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? No. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Taxation Laws Amendment Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. We will now take the 12th and the 13th orders together as they appear in the order paper. These are requests for approval by Parliament of international agreements in terms of Section 2231, subsection 2 of the Constitution. Are there any objections to the approval of the protocol amending the agreement between the Government of the Republic of South Africa and Government of the Federative Republic of Brazil as it appears on the order paper? If there are no objections, I now put the questions. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think all of you have said aye, therefore there are no objections. It's agreed to. Honorable Ndlozi?
Yeah, we request to make a declaration.
Wow. Okay.
For both. The DA set a precedence last time.
Thank you very
so
much.
I want to speak
No,
here.
I understand, Honorable Ndlozi. It's just that you indicated late, but I will grant those parties who wish to make declarations. As Honorable Paulse prepares himself to speak, I think it is in order. I think it is important for all of us to remember in our hearts the squad of the Brazilian team who died in the air crash discovered early this morning in Colombia. There were 5 survivors. Some did not make it. I just remembered as we were actually dealing with this protocol in terms of the agreement between us and the Republic of Brazil. Over to you, Paulson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, tax treaties and agreements, particularly dealing with double taxation and tax avoidance, are necessary and important to safeguard our fiscus. Modernization of such tax treaties is in line with international tax standards and can only improve the quality and work of SARS. Given the aggressive and complex nature of illicit financial flows and the threats to the fiscal stability, we must prioritize exchange of information and assistance of tax collection with other countries. But the problem is that we are not dealing aggressively with illicit financial flows, particularly in the mining and financial industries. We are failing to enforce the tax administrative legislation as it exists and give authority to SARS to dig very deep to get what is due to the fiscus from multinational corporations. We are failing to build much needed and necessary capacity to deal with illicit financial flows as it is. We cannot even calculate the scale of illicit financial flows to get a good understanding of the scale of financial crimes. If we deal with financial flows in a more aggressive manner, we can boast of revenues by billions annually. As the EFF, we have presented to the Davis Commission, we have met with SARS and other stakeholders and provided proper and concrete recommendations. One of the recommendations, Honourable Chairperson, was for an illicit financial flow information tax task team that will coordinate information between relevant stakeholders, because we were shocked to learn that the Reserve Bank does not have the mandate to deal with illicit financial flows, but they have the information. Thank you very much.
Honorable Imam.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Allow me to extend our condolences on behalf of the National Freedom Party, the people of Brazil, on the loss of their loved ones in this tragic air crash that took place this morning. Honorable Chairperson, taxation is a form of government revenue. It's of great importance that it enables government to maintain law and order, peace and security, and satisfying the requirements of basic need and public utilities. Tax is, however, more than just a source of revenue and growth. It also plays a key role in building up institutions, markets, and democracy through making the state accountable to its taxpayers. Just as excessive tax burdens might hinder growth in wealthier countries, in developing economies, the lack of tax structures is a major cause of weak and unresponsive governance. It also leads to an over-reliance on aid, would tax the public and hold governments to account for their decisions and not feel tied to the will of aid donors. And because tax revenues are relatively predictable, governments can plan ahead with greater certainty. Bilateral tax agreements are important for two very important reasons. Firstly, such agreements avoid double taxation on persons and business enterprises. And secondly, they prevent fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income. The bilateral tax agreements which we are requested to approve today will assist both South Africa as well as the Republic of Brazil and the Republic of Zimbabwe to regulate taxes on cross-border income. These agreements are very comprehensive and cover the majority of income tax categories, ensuring that taxation-related ambiguity is raised and certainly established. The National Freedom Party believes that ratification of the bilateral tax agreements is in the interest of South Africa. Eliminating double taxation protects South African resident business and institutions who are recipients of cross-border income. Ratifying the agreements will also ensure that none of the parties are deprived from tax revenue. The National Freedom Party supports.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Tobias.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Honorable members, today we entertained Judge Davis. Had the EFF attended our committee meeting, they will have an opportunity to understand that we agree with you on illicit financial flows. Honorable Shibambo, who sits in our committee, knows that we agree in principle that we need to eradicate into illicit financial flows. So we are at one. So that speech doesn't belong here. Thank you. Honorable Chairperson, the NC supports the amendment of the Protocol on Avoidance of Double Taxation
But Chair, order, on the point of order, Chair.
Order, honorable member, what's the point of order?
The point of order is that the member there in podium, instead of sticking to her speech, is just provoking EFF.
Order, honorable member.
And you, Chair, you don't even protect us.
Order.
That is unfair, Chair.
Honorable
We can
Mkhalipi.
protect ourselves against Honorable Tandi. She knows.
Honorable
Please,
Mkhalipi.
Tandi.
Honorable Mkhalipi, firstly, you're breaking the rules yourselves. You are supposed to say Honorable Tobias, but let me just advise members. This is not a point of order, it's a point of debate. So I don't think there was any provocation. I think you are agreeing with the member on the podium on the issue that Honorable Ndlozi raised. Continue, Honorable Tobias.
Thank you, Chair. I'll get it some other time. The NC supports the amendment.
Order, honorable member.
Awusikhuzelwe uTobias
Honorable member.
ukuthi akayiphathe kahle.
Mama, honorable Mam Khawula. Asale sima ngoba sengimphendulele umama uKhawula ngalolu daba bekungekho ukuhlokolozana noma uchukuluzana ubesho nje ukuthi uyavumelana empeleni neqembu lenu ngalolu daba lwe-illicit financial flows.
Point of
Asikho-
order, Chairperson. Can the
Order.
honor, yes, the honorable member Kaula address honorable member Tobias as uTobias. Ilungu elihloniphekile, can you please?
Ngiyabonga lunga elihloniphekile ngiyathemba ukuthi singamalunga ngeke siwukhohle umthetho walendlu. Qhubeka lunga elihloniphekile.
Chair, I lost my minute.
House Chairperson.
Order.
House Chairperson, there's nothing honorable about
What is the
suppression of
point
freedom
of
speech.
order?
No, because you can't say someone is honorable when you say to them what they must say and what they must not say.
Order,
The
honorable
honorable member
member
takes a platform and says
Honorable
we must not
Ndlozi.
give speeches in parliament.
Honorable Ndlozi.
That is very dishonorable.
Honorable Ndlozi, take a seat. What we are dealing with is what we have agreed in the rules, which you know very well, on how we address one another. You can say honorable or you can say Mr., Ms., or Mrs. So that's all what we were correcting. Thank you very much. Honorable Member Tobias, can you please continue with your speech?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The ANC-led government has dealt with base erosion and profit shifting, and therefore, the committee supports the work of National Treasury, SARS, and the Financial Intelligence Center in the work of combating tax avoidance by multinational companies in countries where they made profit other than in lower jurisdictions. Information shared will address challenges like the Panama Papers and mispricing. As the ANC, we support this. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I have not seen any other party requesting to make declaration. I will now put a question again. Those in favor will say aye, and those against will say no. No objections agreed to. Are there any objections to the approval of the agreement between the Government of Republic of Zimbabwe and Government of Government of the Republic of South Africa and the Government of Zimbabwe as it appears on the order paper? There are no objections. It's agreed to. Now we move on the next order paper, which is the debate on an urgent matter of national importance in terms of Rule 130. The next item on the order paper is in the name of the Leader of the Opposition on the impact of the economy on the recent decisions by the National Prosecution Authority. I now recognize Honorable M.A. Maimane.
House Chair, honorable members, fellow South Africans, Bagaitsu, Dumela. You know, every one of us in this House knows that the office of the National Prosecuting Authority has been abused over and over again by the president to shield himself from the law and pursue his enemies. We've all been witness to this. Instead of debating whether or not this is the case, we should rather be using this opportunity to plot a way forward to ensure that this won't happen again. The position of the National Director of Public Prosecutions is meant to be a 10-year term. But over the past decade, it's been reduced to a revolving door of deployed cadres. Since 2008, honorable members, we've had no fewer than 6 national or acting national directors of public prosecutions. From Vusi Pikoli, Mokatedi Mpie, Menzi Similane, Nomngobo Jiba, Mkolisi Ngasana, and lastly, Sean Abrams. None of them lasted more than a couple of years. And all they had to do to vacate this office is primarily because of one man, Mr. Jacob Zuma. This was either because they weren't prepared to do his bidding or because it was blatantly obvious that they were being controlled. So much so, honorable members, that the courts had to pull the plug on them. Of these 6 people, only Vusi Pikoli and Mkolisi Ngasana acted with integrity and independence. And this, I'm afraid, is what cost them their jobs. All other NDPPs have helped to turn the NPA into what it is today, a shamble of failed court cases, shameful dismissals, and political shenanigans. Instead of fighting crime and corruption, this vital institution of our democracy has now become a key ally of the criminal syndicate that is dominant in the ANC. Ari Khopotseng Vusi Pikoli, when he did his job by issuing a warrant of arrest against Jackie Silebi, he got himself suspended. And when he refused to withdraw the corruption charges against Mr. Zuma or hashtag JZ783, he got himself fired. Honorable members, in the words of friend Jinwala, Advocate Pikoli was a man, a person of unimpeachable integrity. And it's as a result of that he was removed from his job. He was replaced by Mokatedi Mpie, a man whose sole claim to fame was that he dropped the charges of 783 counts of corruption, fraud, money laundering, and racketeering against Mr. Jacob Zuma. A decision which was found by the court to be baseless and irrational. After Mpie came a famous Menzi Simelane, another Zuma yes man, so thoroughly discredited that the courts had no choice but to rule that his appointment was invalid.
Order, honorable member, can you take a seat? Honorable member, what's the point you're raising on?
Honorable House Chair, I rise on a point of order. The honorable member knows only too well that he can only refer to the president as Mr. or as the honorable president of the republic. He can't just call him Zuma. He knows that, and I think it's mere mischief. He needs
Honorable
to be
member,
reprimanded.
thank you very much. Honorable Maimane.
It is another Mr. Zuma's yes man.
Point of order, Chair.
Order. Honorable member, what is the...
Point of order.
Yes, what's your point of order?
The word, the name Zuma was used as an adjectival noun, not pronoun. So there's no point in prefixing it.
Order, honorable member. Thank you very much. Order, honorable member. Honorable Fetane is true in the context in which the name was used. If there are concerns, we would actually reflect on that and come back to the House, but it was in reference as it is indicated. Honorable member Mandela.
Honorable Chair, the Honorable Speaker cannot refer to a member of this House as a yes man of the President. Can he please withdraw that? Because we are all honorable members in this House. Thank you.
Order. Order. Honorable member, the issue that was raised was relating to a person who is not a member of the House. I want to clarify to members. But what was made as a reference in an adjectival way was a person of so and so, and that person referred to is not a member of the House. So there is, honorable member, can I please clarify? The member was referring in his statement to the National Prosecution Authority, the members who have been appointed, those who are acting. So he was making a reference to say this one left and another so-and-so in an adjectival, form relating to a person who is not a member of the House. So can we please proceed with the debate?
Chair.
Order. Honorable member, what's your point of
Chair,
order?
I just need you to clarify us that it's not true that we are supposed to call all of us each other honorable. And Mr. Mandela says that we must do that. I mean, he's found guilty
Honorable
of
member,
assaulting someone.
Honorable
He can never be
Dlozi.
called honorable by
Honorable
me.
Dlozi.
Can't call people who assault
Honorable
people
Dlozi.
honorable in this house.
Honorable Dlozi.
And found guilty by a court.
Please?
You want
Honorable
to be honorable?
Dlozi.
No, you are not.
Honorable Dlozi.
It's just
Honorable
a clarity.
Dlozi, I will switch off your mic now. Can you
It's
allow
just
me
a
to?
clarity.
Honorable members, for the sake of ourselves in terms of time, can we please ensure that we do not have spurious points of orders? Issue that you are raising, Honorable Dlozi, you know very well that in the rules, we agree that you can call a member honorable. If you don't want to do so, you can say Mr. But there's nothing wrong in member asking that a phrase to refer to a member be appropriate, can say honorable or Mr. A choice is for the one who is speaking. Can we please ensure that we do not disturb ourselves in this debate? Honorable member Maimane, you can proceed.
Thank you. I mean, House Chair, we are discussing Zuma, yes man. So how do you rephrase that? Similani is in fact on record, another one, as stating that he believed that the NDPP should not be independent and that the Justice Minister should be able to override decisions to prosecute, which sadly, honorable members, harks back to a past that we don't want to return to, where a politician was able to decide who can and cannot be charged. Similani was also followed by Nomngobo Jiba, an acting NDPP, who was heavily criticized by 12 judges, not just a few, on 4 benches in 3 high-profile matters. She was then blasted by the Supreme Court of Appeal for refusing to hand over the spy tapes. She was also found to have lied to the court in the case of Richard Mdluli and was charged with perjury and lying under oath in the Johan Boyson's matter. She was subsequently struck off the roll of advocates. Then came Mxolisi Mnxasana, an appointment that the president immediately regretted when Mnxasana reinstated charges against the president's friends, Bo Richard Mdluli, Lawrence Mkhwebu, and Nomngobo Jiba. Fellow South Africans, it is of course not appropriate that when somebody does their job inconsistent with the Constitution, that they must keep their job. He regretted that decision, and now it was his turn to also go. This brings me to the last appointment, the latest, Sean Abrams. He goes by the title Sean the Sheep. But fellow South Africans, don't let this fool you. This man is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Abrahams immediately dropped the charges against Jiba and Mkhwebi before setting his sights on the one man standing between the president and access to our treasury, Finance Minister Pravin Gordhan. This is a fight that has sent our economy onto a downward spiral and has led to numerous backtracks by Abrahams every time his agenda is exposed for what it is. His CV already includes the dropping of charges against Nomngcobo Jiba, appealing the spy tapes ruling, recharging General Johan Boysens, trying to prosecute Shadrach Sibia and Robert McBride, and finally, charging the Finance Minister Pravin Gordhan on a trapped-up charge, a charge that he had after meeting the president at Lituli House. What kind of NDPP has the right to have a private meeting with a political party at their offices? It proves that he dances to their tune rather than doing his job as the NDPP. It is, in fact, only a matter of time before Abrahams will find it impossible to continue protecting his boss. And then he too will find himself shoved onto the revolving door to make way for someone else. 6 NPA heads in less than a decade, and all because of one man. Honorable members, this sadly cannot continue. We can't continue leaving the appointment of the NDPP entirely into the hands of the president. As it currently stands in our constitution and supporting legislation, it serves nobody but the president himself. We need to change the way the head of the NPA is appointed, and not to limit the powers of Mr. Zuma, but in fact to limit the powers of all future presidents. We need to admit that the authors of our constitution, perhaps when they were drafting the constitution, had President Nelson Mandela in mind. They never foresaw that in fact a man with 783 charges of corruption and racketeering would one day occupy the first office and have the right to choose their prosecutor. They would have treated the selection of NDPPs in the same way.
Order, honorable member, can you take your seat? Honorable Mtsecha, what's the point of order? Honorable Maimane, you are being asked whether you can take a question.
No.
You can proceed.
Fellow South Africans, the view I'm expressing is not only the view of the DA, but even members of the ANC have expressed the same view. Because in 2008, President then Kgalema Motlanthe said he supported the calls for the NDPP to be independently appointed by the same body, by such a same body as the Judicial Services Commission. Constitutional Court Judge Zek Yaqub, in the Menzi Similani case, expressed a similar opinion where he explained that the Constitution left to an act of parliament to determine whether a candidate is appropriately qualified and not only to the president's discretion. While the DA is calling for a constitutional amendment to limit the president's powers of appointment since 2013, there is another way, honorable members, that can ensure that the candidates for the position of NDPP are qualified and independent. The subordinate legislation, the NPA Act 32 of 1998, is already clearly intended to curtail the president's powers of appointment, and it can be further amended to set out the requirements of the NDPP. I will therefore propose that an amendment be brought to the NPA Act in line with the appointments for judges and other constitutional bodies such as the Public Protector and the Auditor General.
Honorable member, just to remind you again that I'm not disturbing your speech, but remember that the topic was saying the impact into the economy.
I don't know where I get it.
Yeah, I'm just reminding the speaker.
It's clear that if we continue in the manner that we are of appointments, we'll always have a president who captures the state and ultimately controls the NDPP, which has significant impact on the political economy of our country. And I think Minister Gordhan would be the first to testify to that point. And ultimately, if we amend the legislation, it won't be asking the president to lose his constitutional powers to appoint the NDPP. We'll be appointing somebody who's been through a thorough and a transparent process. Honorable members, our constitution is considered to be one of the most progressive constitutions in the world. This is our supreme law. Nothing, no law or action can supersede what is written in this text. Governments, especially a government like this one, will come and go. Some leaders will inspire us and some leaders will disappoint us. But at the end of the day, we must appoint somebody who will ensure that the Bill
Order.
of Rights.
Honorable member, you can take your seat. What's the point of order, Honorable Chapa?
Hlale ngaphambili. Umhlekazi ungaphandle kwaphela emxholweni. Ndicela abuyele kuwo. Enkosi.
Enkosi bese ndimazisile umhlekazi uyagqiba ngoku. Honorable member, you can proceed.
The very first thing that's mentioned in the Bill of Rights is that everybody is equal before the law and enjoys the protection of that law and benefit of that law. That same justice must apply whether you are an ordinary citizen or the president. This is something that we can only achieve through an NPA that stands completely independent and free from political interference. That means appointing the National Director of Public Prosecutions who answers to nobody but the people of South
Honorable member,
Africa.
your time is up.
So I want to call on every member to support the amendment that we will table forward. Ke a leboga, Enkosi.
Thank you. Honorable member, Kalako.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, ANC government have always championed the independence of the National Prosecuting Authority. ANC and its allies and its alliance partners have been the first to condemn use of state institutions to pursue political agendas. We have always encouraged impartial stance of NPA, that they must act without fear or favor. And we are not in denial that actions and utterances by state organs does impact on the image of the country in all respects. Equally so, actions and utterances by opposition parties do negatively impact on the confidence of investors to our country. Credit ratings have been used and played a crucial role in international markets for more than 150 years. There are more than 70 agencies in the world, but 3 dominates. That is Standard & Poor's, Fitch, and Moody's. Credit ratings are important for developing countries in as far as they influence and compel developing countries to pursue more prudent and sensible monetary and fiscal policies. They serve as an incentive for sound monetary and fiscal policies because performance on these policies forms an integral part of rating methodologies. Investors from both the developed and developing world rely heavily on rating agencies in making investment decisions. Favorable rating assists governments and companies to raise capital in the international financial markets because they are important opinions about credit risk. Credit rating agencies scrutinize countries on fiscal balance, external debt levels, and growth aspects. Currently, our government is implementing measures to achieve positive growth, and we know that to achieve positive growth, we must do things differently. Any economic reforms we make must balance between needs of the poor and shared economic growth. What we need is not only labor market reforms, but more importantly, a commitment from private capital, especially domestic capital, to invest in our economy and contribution towards upskilling our labor force so that it can break through a rigid and inaccessible labor market. As proud South African, we must always be bearers of good news about our country. There is a lot that our government is doing right to better the lives of South Africans. The Secretary General of United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, Dr. Kituyu, has commended South Africa for leading the debate on investment policy reform. He stated that South Africa was on the cutting edge of investment policy reform globally. He applauded South African government decision to announce a sunset clause to its old stock of investment agreements. Our government have capacity to develop and implement sound economic policies and foster economic growth and prosperity. Government presently is looking at the performance of SOEs and at streamlining them so that they can be self-sustainable. Through Treasury, government is implementing measures to curb wasteful expenditure by government departments and municipalities. These are the areas that rating agencies examine in any country. Team South Africa should be commended for its efforts in making sure that the country have avoided downgrading to junk status. That we remained at investment grade is important for the country. Treasury should continue to lead Team South Africa to focus on growth, which was a concern raised by rating agencies. In conclusion, Chair, it will be good for the country if all of us as South Africans, irrespective of ideological outlook, market the country positively internationally. That we stop bad-mouthing our country or abroad, that we encourage investors to come and invest in this country. Chair, the speaker from the DA, the leader of the DA, I couldn't understand what was the topic he was about, because instead of speaking on the impact, which is the topic suggested, he was all over speaking about the NPAA. So it's very important when you place a debate, you place it with seriousness, Chief. You don't place it just for, grandstanding, just to come here and tell. We know all what happened to NPAA and we are not denying it. But what you must always be serious about Parliament. You can't place a topic on the impact of the economy and then all of a sudden you are all over. What type of a leader you are as you project yourself to lead the country? So these are the things which the opposition, if you want to be taken seriously as opposition, especially by the majority of the people of this country, be serious when you deal with their matters. Because the impact which happens in the economy, people who are actually direct victims of that are the poor. There on the ground. Not to come here and grandstand and politic around the issue, not saying anything about the economy of the country. Your leader didn't say anything. Your leader didn't say anything about your topic you have placed on the agenda. So with that, you won't be taken seriously, Chief, at all. Nobody will take you seriously. If you place a topic, stick on the topic, stick on what you wanted us to debate. And this is what you are debating. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Breitenbach.
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Toyama, Honorable Breitenbach, please wait. On what point are you rising, Honorable Member?
Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister.
On what point are you? I'm going to switch off your mic. You are continuing to speak and I'm still asking.
I was saying, Honorable Minister Derek Onagom seems lonely. Can he come this side?
Honorable members, let us respect the time of this sitting. Continue, Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure which nirvana the Honorable Kalaka lives in, but it's clearly not the same one we live in. And he clearly ran out of things to say, and so he decided to use up the last 7 minutes of his time insulting the Honorable Maimane. The foundation of a stable democracy is grounded in its respect for and adherence to the Constitution and the rule of law. This principle is enshrined in Section 179 of the Constitution, and the National Prosecuting Authority Act that requires the prosecuting authority to exercise its functions without fear, favour or prejudice. But the NPA's ability to act without fear, favour or prejudice has deliberately been eroded during the Mbeki and Zuma presidencies. This undermines the Constitution and threatens the rule of law in South Africa. To understand the cynical erosion of the independence of the NPA, we need to look at its history. A major aspect of the early success of the NPA came from the establishment of the Directorate of Special Operations, more commonly known as the Scorpions. They quickly made a name for themselves in large part due to their success in the early investigation of the arms deal in Travelgate. Travelgate, of course, Madam Chair, refers to the investigation of travel voucher fraud and corruption by members of Parliament in 2004. This resulted in 38 prosecutions against members of Parliament. The exposure of the corrupt MPs in the ensuing investigation by the Scorpions solidified the reputation of the DSO and the NPA to tackle government corruption without fear, favour or prejudice as constitutionally mandated. It also marked the end of an independent DSO or NPA. Thereafter followed the demise of Vusi Pikoli, and after the 52nd National Conference of the ANC, the Scorpions were disbanded. This was intended to crush any notion of independence and also as a warning signal to the rest of the NPA not to investigate high-ranking ANC members or their politically connected friends. Thereafter, and with the exception of Mkhulisi and Nkosana, the NPA has been subjected to a raft of pliable and incompetent leaders willing to do political favours. This is clearly illustrated by the withdrawal of charges against Richard Mdluli and Mqobo Jiba in contravention of the constitutional imperative to prosecute without fear, favour or prejudice. Similarly, this insidious abuse is apparent in the continued prosecution of Johan Boysen to protect Pandey, the charging of Anwar Dramat and Shadrach Sabia to prevent an investigation into Nkandla and the 783 corruption charges, and the bizarre and bungled charging of late of the Honourable Gordhan, only to drop the charges days later. On the 11th of October 2016, Sean the Sheep, in an unprecedented press conference lasting well over an hour, announced to the world in the most vivid detail and with unequivocal force that the NPA was to prefer fraud and theft charges against the sitting finance minister and 2 other senior SARS officials. By the 31st of October, as a result of public outrage and huge pressure, the charges were withdrawn. They were never sustainable in law. No apology was offered, and Abrams laid the blame for the debacle at the feet of his juniors. This displays a level of incompetence of a magnitude so stupefying that it beggars belief. Not only was it a complete disregard for the rights of the individuals involved, but it sent the economy into a nosedive and wiped 50 billion off the JSE almost immediately. The lack of independence of the NPA was sharply highlighted by the Honourable Pilani Mojake, who stated for once honestly that the NDPP could visit Luthuli House with impunity as he headed the NPA in order to implement the policies of the ANC. This continued erosion of the independence of the NPA damages not only the ability of the state to protect crime, but to prosecute crime, but also severely damages respect for the rule of law and civic trust in government. Aware and active citizens are responsible for making sure that government respects the Constitution and also the mandate of the NPA. And they punish those who do not by not re-electing them. I thank you.
Thank you. Mhlonishwa Mamuhlophe Mkhaliphi.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. The most important thing about the recent decision by the NPA here is its impact on our democracy. The only reason why Minister of Finance Pravin Gordhan was charged is because the Guptas wanted to get hold of the National Treasury. A final move to fully capture South Africa and its purse after they have successfully captured the head of state. If a Gupta puppet controls the National Treasury, South African Airways will get endless and unlimited guarantees, regardless of the corruption Dudumeni Zuma is doing on a daily basis. If a Gupta puppet controls the National Treasury, Denel, together with the Gupta and Duduzane Zuma company, will loot state money in Asia without disruption. If a Gupta puppet controls the National Treasury, pension fund money at the PIC will be looted to Dubai using Air Force One. We saw what happened when a Gupta puppet controlled ESCOM. State money was used to buy Tutuzani Zuma mining companies left and right. And illegal and corrupt contracts are awarded to Gupta companies without following procedures. We wrote as the EFF to request that the Johannesburg Bar Council to remove Mr. Sean Abrams. Mr. Sean Abrams must fall. He must fall for taking political orders from the Lutuli House, and he must fall for threatening the independence of the NPA. But the most dangerous person is beyond Mr. Sean Abrams at the NPA, is Mr. Zuma and the ANC collective. This is clear demonstration beyond reasonable doubt that Mr. Zuma and the ANC are beyond salvation. There is no ANC. It is a dead organization, you like it or not. It has no respect for our democracy or our well-being. Like the appointment of a minister just to serve on a weekend special minister. That appointment costed the South Africa a lot of money, but the ANC didn't see anything wrong. Hence, they returned Mr. Zuma on their NEC yesterday. All they care about is corruption and capturing. Mr. Zuma wants to capture everything on earth, even himself. To restore the independence of the NPA, firstly, Mr. Sean Abrams must fall, and he will fall. And he will fall with his father, Mr. Zuma. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable member.
Chairperson, I draw your attention to Rule 88, which is reflections, and it relates to the last speaker and the first speaker, and the Honorable Breitenbach. Reflection upon judges and certain other holders of public office. No member may reflect on the competence or integrity of I'll just shorten it, the holder of a public office in a state institution whose removal from such office is dependent upon a decision of the House, except upon a separate substantive motion in the House, presenting clearly formulated and properly substantiated charges, which, if true, would, in the opinion of the Speaker, prima facie warrant such a decision. Now, the decision for the House has the power to take a decision to remove the National Director. And so I would argue then in terms of Rule 88 that members cannot actually reflect on the competence of the National Director, as there isn't a substantive motion before the House. Thank you.
House Chairperson. Thank you very much. Let me respond first, Honorable Steenhuisen. Honorable Member, we know that there is a need for a substantive motion, but we will look into that. Thank you. Honorable Steenhuisen.
House Chair, may I address you in terms of Rule 88?
Yes.
I think it's quite staggering that the Deputy Minister of Justice doesn't know that this, no, let me finish, please.
No,
that this House
Honorable Member. Honorable Member.
That this House.
Honorable Steenhuisen, I had thought you coming on a different angle.
Taking a point
I've already ruled on what the Honorable Minister is saying.
Madam House Chair, with respect, it is a...
I said I'm going to look into what he was saying.
I wish to bring something to your attention, though, because it's going to affect your ruling.
If it is still on this issue that has been raised by the Deputy Minister about what was said by the previous speakers, reflecting on Rule 88, I ruled on it, Honorable Steenhuisen. Please allow the House to continue.
With respect, House Chairperson, if I may, with respect.
Is it a different issue?
I want to make the point that this House on its own cannot remove Mr. Abrams. It has to be done in conjunction with a resolution passed in the same session by the National Council of Provinces. So Rule 88 does not apply in this particular case.
Honorable Member, that job has been done by my table. They have advised me on the same issue. Thank you. Honorable Ndlozi, continue. On which rule are you rising, Honorable?
88.
Honorable Ndlozi, thank you.
88.
Yes,
Can I rise on 88?
Rise, Honorable Ndlozi.
Yeah, Honorable Chairperson, I think you must not reserve this judgment and ruling. What we must say with immediate effect is that the Deputy Minister
is
Honorable
wrong,
Ndlozi.
is out of order,
Honorable
and there is a
Ndlozi.
motion on the table that we must
Honorable
debate
Ndlozi,
the recent
please.
decisions,
Honorable
and that
Ndlozi.
is what we are doing. That
Thank
is
you.
what we are doing.
Thank you.
The
Take your
debate has
seat.
been called in the name of the recent decisions.
Thank
How can
you.
we talk about those
Thank
decisions
you.
without
I'm going to
reflecting on
switch
that
off
guy?
your mic now, Honorable
He's out
Ndlozi, if
of
you
order, he's
continue.
wasting time, he's abusing us.
Thank you, honorable members. The ruling has been done. Continue. Honorable Sengwa, take the podium.
Honorable House Chairperson, a wise man once said, eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. When South Africa closed the door on apartheid in 1994 and ushered in an era of freedom and democracy, we undertook the responsibility of vigilance to safeguard our new discourse against political abuse and undue interference. To achieve this noble objective, we anchored our systems of checks and balances in independent organs and institutions of state. The NPA is one such institution designed to pursue justice without fear, favor, or compromise. Yet the charges leveled and subsequently dropped against the Minister of Finance were nothing but a desperate act of politics at the behest of the corrupt and morally bankrupt leaders, all at the expense of the national interest. The prosecution which the NPA sought to pursue against the Minister of Finance was at best carefully constructed within the confines of mafia justice, where rational conduct is sacrificed upon the altar of expedience for the purposes of unrivaled appeasement of the underling's master. We can ill afford to sacrifice our economy any further on the altar of vendettas to settle political scores, especially when the stakes and risks are so high for our people and collective future. Honorable House Chairperson, this means we must avoid repeating Nene Gate through a Godan Gate. The fate of the trumped up and spurious charges against the Minister of Finance are now history. They disappeared like dew before the morning sun, but their consequences have left a lasting and negative imprint on our body politic and economy. A moment of national reflection is required, such as now. We must ask ourselves how we got here, and importantly, determine how we'll get out of the firm grip of the blatant disregard of law, order, democracy, and constitutionalism. These realities call for eternal vigilance from all of us in this House and well beyond its walls. Eternal vigilance and principled action are a noble price to pay compared to the destructive consequences of the actions of those entrusted with the responsibility to govern our country if their actions continue unchecked and their relentless assault on our economy is unabated, and we stand idle on the sidelines, we will be complicit in the death of our democracy, our institutions of state, and our economy. The former Minister of Finance, Nhlanhla, was fired because he refused to abandon the patriotic duty of eternal vigilance. Now, the Minister of Finance, Mr. Pravin Gordhan, is in the firing line because he refuses to abandon his patriotic convictions of vigilance to protect the public purse. Eternal vigilance is patriotic, and patriotism is eternal vigilance. If the NPA is worth its salt, it must pursue the 783 charges of corruption brought against President Zuma, because a failure to do so will be a dereliction of duty and a permanent stain on the mandate of the
Honorable
office.
Member.
Honorable
Your
House
time
Chair,
has
eternal
expired.
vigilance is the
Order.
price of liberty, and
Honorable
we must respond to
Shilembe.
that call right
Honorable
now. I thank
Shilembe,
you.
take your podium.
Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, South Africa has several public institutions that are holding fast to the checks and balances and the constitutional mandate, preventing the state from being wholly captured. The National Prosecuting Authority is clearly not one of those institutions. The NPA has been a battleground for political capture for a long time, and there is a considerable suspicion that the recent charges against the Minister of Finance were political in nature. This attack on the minister was timed carefully, and it became rapidly clear that the fraud charges which related to what were essentially administrative pension fund issues were chosen because the NPA prosecutors had been unable to find the evidence for any other rogue unit type charges. But as the fraud case began to unravel, it became clear too that the NPA had failed to do even the minimum of the homework in case that was entirely political inspired. Legal experts who have studied the evidence said from the onset that there was simply no case and that the decision was politically motivated. Similarly, commentators have proposed that either the head of the NPA is politically captured or at best horribly incompetent. The impact of the decision to prosecute the Minister of Finance cannot be quantified, but we know that the decision to charge the minister was widely seen as a politically motivated, and it sparked panic on the markets. The rand tumbled by 3% and weakened substantial against major global currencies after the news broke. Conversely, the rand immediately strengthened considerably after the charges were withdrawn. The National Freedom Party is concerned about the negative effect that the actions of the NPA might have on South Africa's international credit rating. We are on the verge of having our credit rating downgraded to a junk status, which holds massive negative consequences for the country, and we should all be working together to divert such a crisis despite any difference we might have. Yet those who play political power games have severely jeopardized our future economic stability and exposed just how fragile our democracy is. However, the NFP believes that the humiliation of the head of the NPA and that of his institution is not something South Africa should be rejoicing about. Amid all the political shenanigans, we need to keep in mind that the NPA is the core of South Africa's enforcement system, and it is the institution that is supposed to uphold the rule of law. That is competence.
Order, Honorable Member. Nako ya gago e fedile. Thank you. Your time has expired. Thank you, Honorable Nkwankwa.
Thank you, House Chair and honorable members. Much has already been said about the economic impact of the National Prosecuting Authority's decision to charge the Minister of Finance. To repeat it would be an exercise in intellectual indolence. It would, however, be remiss of us not to state emphatically that by charging the Minister of Finance for what Professor Pierre DeForce fittingly described as motives other than to secure criminal conviction in a court of law, the NPA betrayed our nation. Its actions demonstrated that it has sadly become a political machete of the dominant ruling party faction. The question we ought to ask is what caused the NPA, an institution that has an important constitutional mandate, to behave with such unbelievable inanity and irresponsibility? The answer to this question boils down to the ancient phrase that the fish rots from the head down, the head obviously being the President of the Republic. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, since President Zuma's poor leadership has been a subject of this debate many times during our numerous motions of no confidence in him, let me repeat, it will be impossible to successfully redefine ourselves with a view to chart a new way forward with President Zuma at the helm. We know we make this point mindful of the fact that it would be most imprudent to blame all our problems on him, but he is indisputably a major part of the problem. I now wish to momentarily take a slight detour to underscore this point. In an effort to downplay the severity of a downgrade during the responses to questions to the President last week, President Zuma cited Brazil and Russia as examples of countries that have been downgraded, but that, according to him, are doing just fine. Granted, these countries face a compendium of complex challenges, of which the credit rating downgrades are a critical part. But for the record, Brazil, whose credit rating was downgraded to junk in September last year, is experiencing its longest recession since the 1930s, and the IMF estimates that it will grow slowly next year. Similarly, Russia, whose credit rating was also downgraded to junk status, contracted by 3.7% in 2015. I now wish to on-ramp back to the topic of discussion. The above notwithstanding, and as already indicated, that our problem is bigger than President Zuma. The use of state institutions such as the NPA to settle political scores has become a common feature in our democratic dispensation,
And this warrants us to take measures to curb the powers of the President in order to ensure proper use of the presidency. More specifically, and in line with today's topic, the UDM proposes that we look into amending the Constitution and other relevant legislations in order to ensure that Parliament has a role to play in the appointment and the removal of the National Director of Public Prosecutions. Such a step would guarantee the independence and integrity of this important institution. Siyaqhuba.
Sithokoze. Agbaralet, Milda.
Honourable Chairperson, a disservice has been done to this debate. The fact of the matter is that this debate was asked for in terms of Rule 130 of the Rules of Parliament, which deals with urgent matters of national public importance. Now, obviously, the topic does not favour what the ruling party would like to have on the table, but to schedule this debate about 14 days after it was requested, at 4:20 in the afternoon, doesn't do justice to the topic of the debate. Because 2 weeks ago, this was very relevant and very topical. The Honourable Kalaku, on behalf of the ANC, started off the debate by making the following statement. He says the ANC has always championed the independence of the prosecuting authority. That's untrue. That's a lie. It's not true. And I can prove it to you why. I can prove it to you. You know, on the 4th of November, about 3 weeks ago, we had a discussion in the Justice Committee. And one of your colleagues, a senior whip that normally sits here, tried to defend what the ANC did with regard to the prosecuting authority after the Director of Public Prosecutions, Mr. Abrams, was asked to come to the Thule House. And she defended it by saying, there's nothing wrong in visiting the ANC, because working for the NPA means you are actually rolling out the mandate of the ANC as the ruling party. That was her point of view. By working for the NPA, you are supposed to roll out the mandate of the ruling party. That member comes around and says they respect the independence of the prosecuting authority. We all know that is not true. And then the honourable member goes on and he says, we should not badmouth South Africa. We should, as a united team, try to foster the whole situation of investments in South Africa. There's no worse way to badmouth South Africa to charge the Minister of Finance on trumped-up false charges and to send that message into South Africa. We can all do our uttermost, our best, our very best, to project a positive image of this country. But if you charge the Minister of Finance, you shouldn't be 100% sure, you should be 1,000,000% sure. The Director of Public Prosecution said in his press conference, he perused the evidence, and despite that allowed the prosecution of the Minister of Finance to continue, only to come back 3 weeks later, completely ashamed, and to withdraw those charges. It's an absolute travesty of justice what happened in terms of this whole process. Why did the Director of Public Prosecutions have to go to the Thule House where the political decisions are taken by the ruling party? Why should he go there? It's absolutely unacceptable. He should not be seen anywhere near that specific place. Die feit van die saak is dat die openbare dat hierdie vervolgingsgesag misbruik word deur die ANC en daarom is dit absoluut onaanvaarbaar. Baie dankie.
U se tyd is om. Agbare lid Swart.
Chairperson, the ACDP shares the concerns expressed by other speakers about the impact of charging and the withdrawing of charges against the Finance Minister had on our economy. Now, at a time when the country could least afford it, and as part of the ongoing internal battles within the majority party, as well as the battle to gain control of the National Treasury, we saw the laying of very serious charges against a person no less than a sitting Minister of Finance. Now, this naturally impacted the economy, causing the bond and equity markets to lose approximately 50 billion rand, and the currency to weaken substantially. Why, the question can be asked, do we appear to continually shoot ourselves in the foot? International markets rely on the stability of state institutions, and it is naive to suggest, as Edward Abrams did, that there is, quote, nothing special about charging the Minister of Finance. In terms of the prosecuting guidelines, the public interest must be taken into consideration whenever a prosecution is instituted. The impact on the economy appears not to have been given sufficient, if any, consideration when the decision was taken. Now, if there was any doubt as to the economic impact, one need only consider what transpired when Advocate Abrams, in response to my question in the Justice Committee, indicated that he had not taken the decision to prosecute Mr. Godin, and in fact would consider representations on those charges. What happened? Immediately, this statement caused the rand to strengthen substantially, as was the case similarly when the decision was later taken not to proceed with the prosecution. Now, the Banking Association said that the economic impact of the decision to prosecute was negative, and the dropping of charges was what they referred to as a Pyrrhic victory, a victory won at great cost to the victor, that is the finance minister and, of course, our economy. That cost being damage to the international standing and investor sentiment towards South Africa. This also contributed to political tensions highlighted by credit ratings agencies last week. And whilst we thankfully were able to maintain our investment grading, the stricter agency S&P will be taking their decision this week, and they said in June, for the first time ever, we felt obliged to highlight political risk and tension. Now, sadly, President Zuma did not address this increase in political tension when I gave him the opportunity to do that in a follow-up question last week, choosing rather to accuse the ACDP of politicizing the sovereign ratings issue. We will see later this week what the outcome is, but we remain trusting that there will not be a downgrade to junk status. So the ongoing political tensions have had a substantial impact on our economy, and the ongoing issues with the NPA have contributed to that. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jafta.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, it is only the National Prosecuting Authority that knows whether the fraud charges it instituted against the Minister of Finance, Pravin Gordhan, were valid or unfounded. Whether that had any political motives or not, the fact remains and is that the economy of the country was hampered by such actions. Since the fall of the Eastern Socialist Bloc in the late 80s dictated that the only fully surviving economic system is capitalism worldwide, our country had no option whatsoever but to join the crawl of capitalists. With capitalism, the profit is the main reason for the existence of any business, and capitalists would leave no stone unturned to protect their investments. South Africa is the most industrialized state in Africa and the best destination for investors, something which leads to the creation of jobs in the country which many South Africans want, so as to alleviate the plight which is not of their own making, but is the ghost of apartheid which doesn't seem to want to rest. Stability in the government is one of the prerequisites for the investors to go to any country. The recent confusion about whether or not the NPA is to arrest the Minister of Finance created a lot of uncertainty in the economy of this country itself, and that surely led to the instability of the rand and downward spiral in the investor confidence. This in turn caused the country and the poor became vulnerable as jobs could not be created in the atmosphere of instability in the economic field. The slow or no economic growth is highly the result of the uncertainty. The world checks the potential of a country to be investor-friendly by using certain agencies like Moody's. This year, Moody's confirmed that the rating of South Africa, instead of growing, is stagnant. South Africa should have grown in rating, but because of the constant uncertainty within the NPA and the economic cluster, the country could not be downgraded soon. The government needs to appoint competent people with the potential and ability to fill crucial positions as that one of the Director of the National Prosecuting Authority. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mpumlwana.
Ayikho le nto? Oh. Nkosazana. Bhota.
Yebo baba.
Ndiyabulisa kubo bonke abalapha. Amalungu abekekileyo. Nesizwe ngokubanzi, bhotani. Hey. Yemfo kaMayimani, obekekileyo. Akwaneli kundikhwanqisa. Siba ngakuxelela ukuba i-ANC ngumbutho ogqinisa uzimele geqo umzotshushiso uyanganisa. Siba ngathi kaloku ukhumbula ukuba i-ANC yakubethelela umthetho-sisekelo ukuba ikwayiyo enza umthetho-sisekelo olawula NPA yaqinisekisa ukuba neli solotya lungu-32(1) yalo mthetho awuyeki ukusityhola ngokulukuhla eliziko. Simanxada-nxada silawula ilizwe, sisa iinkonzo ebantwini. Awuyeki nombutho wakho usigibisela ngezagweba ezitenxileyo. Makhe ndikucacisele ngolwimi lasebukhweni bakho. Please accept the truth that with the birth of democracy, one of the milestones of the ANC achieved was to create a constitutionally guaranteed independent prosecution authority. It was also the ANC that enacted the NPA Act 1998, which, by the way, was opposed by the DA when it was enacted. Section 32(1)(a) of the NPA Act provides, and I quote, "A member of the prosecuting authority shall serve impartially and exercise, carry out, or perform his or her powers, duties, and functions in the good faith and without fear, favor, or prejudice, and subject only to the Constitution and the law." Mark, also enshrined in Section 9(1) of the Constitution, which, by the way, was introduced by the ANC, is the principle of equality. It provides that all are equal before the law and have the right to equal protection and benefit of the law. The work of the NPA has been a shining achievement of our decorum. It has done this without fear or favor, without being influenced by anyone. Let me tell you the procedure followed by NPA. 1, a junior prosecutor or a deputy director of prosecution investigate a case. And then, if he is satisfied that there is a prima facie case that may secure conviction, he decides to prosecute. If, however, the accused or an affected person has a right in terms of the NPA Act to make representation to the Director of Public Prosecution. And this, now, in this particular case, the decision to prosecute was taken by Dr. Pretorius. He is a highly qualified person with an LLB, LLM, and LLD, and he is a senior counsel. He joined the Department of Justice in 1976 and has been employed in prosecution since then. He is an evidence leader in Goldstone Commission. He was a member of the Scorpions and a former member of Priority Crimes Litigation Unit. Since October 2015, he has been Special Director of PCLU. Now, then the DPP offered that if you come and make a representation, come to me. And they did. And they showed that there is a letter of an opinion coming from a lawyer saying that, showing that these people did not lack the intention. Before then, there was no such. So it is not a change of mind. Now, I don't understand the DA. Let me tell you, for example, you made a very, very serious mistake here. The mistake is, and the mistake, don't bother me. The mistake is that you bring in the Honorable Breitenbach to come to this podium, who is facing serious charges before the courts of law, being investigated, that are investigated by the same NPA, to come and attack it. That's not all. That's not all. You also come here, Baba. You decide who you want abe with NPA. If he is on your side, he's a good man. He's an angel. If, no, it's not parliament. If you don't like him, or he doesn't toe your line, then he's a bad guy. And he must go, and immediately. And you always say, it is the president, he is supporting the president. How dare you put in Ms. Breitenbach here, who is facing charges, and you let her talk? By the same person, because you don't like him for doing that.
Honorable
You like-
Mpumlwana, please don't enter into dialogues. Concentrate on your speech. Thank you.
What is clear is that the National Director of Public Prosecution is being used by political opposition as a ball. Ngasana, for example, agreed to withdraw some charges against the Honorable President. She's a good man. This one decided to charge the Honorable President. She's a bad person. I think if we are to decide if the rand, if the rand will always fall and go up, and our decision or the decision of the NPA to prosecute depends on the rand, then we will never run this country. We'll never run this country. Remember, we are ruling, and it's a very good thing that the DA will never rule this country.
Order, don't
It's a very
interrupt the
good thing.
speaker, please.
And I think
Honorable members.
the mistake that has been made by whoever gave them power in the Western Cape and in Gauteng I'm sure in PE they are regretting now already, will not repeat that. The ANC will, as united as it is, rule this country. And we shall.
Order, honorable members. No, you cannot howl in the house. You cannot. Order. Order, honorable members. You are now making noise. And you are drowning the speaker. Continue, Honorable Mpumlwana.
Kaloku abafuna uyivinyani. Iyakrakra. isizwe sibonile ukuba uba kungaze kulawule i-DA, hayi singabuyela emva tata kwaFaro. Seniyazi into yoba there is nothing wrong in the decision made by an independent NDP. There is absolutely nothing. And when I tell my man,
Siyabulela tata,
this
isikhathi sakho
xenophobia
siphelile.
yakho, please stop it.
Siyabulela mhlonipheki. Thank you. Honorable Tloyama.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, can we declare a day of mourning today? Because the ANC failed to remove the Honorable President Zuma, so we must declare today a mourning day. It is now very clear that the appointment of Mr. Sean Abrams is a form of indemnity from prosecution by Honorable President Zuma and his cohorts. Such appointment of puppets and incompetence shown by Mr. Sean Abrams provides a canopy of protection to predators that are truly capitulating our rule of law. The Zuma administration is like a plague of locusts and frogs into our economy, a Berlin Wall against economic growth. Honorable Chair, our country without a rule of law cannot attract or give confidence to the investor community. Whereas control of state security and apparatus has become the battleground for rival factions in the ruling party, corruption enterprise is at full throttle. Honorable members, we must possess our soul again and recommend
Honorable Tloyama, ke kgopela o tšee setulo sa gago ntate. Mohlomphegi Motshekga, on what point are you rising?
I want to know if the honorable member will take a question. Quick question.
Honorable Tloyama, are you prepared to take the question?
No.
Thank
Chair, I
you.
don't have
He's
enough
not
time.
prepared. Continue.
Honorable members, we must possess our soul again and recommend the expulsion of Sean Abrams. The truth is to be told. The executive through Mr. President Zuma and his cronies are like a heavy branch in a tree to be cut. If our economy is to survive, Mr. Sean Abrams is an example of a topography of parasitism. He just epitomized a silent coup of dishonest people taking over our public institution. Honorable Chair, the road and deception is too deep. We are now approaching a dysfunctional state. Our economy is suffering, while our Honorable President behaves like a god of cartel who has reduced our state institution as his deadly traps for his enemies. Honorable Chair, our economy will continue to suffer under this administration. The integrity and trust of this institution have been stolen by these schizophrenic decisions. We are at the mercy of these corrupt souls. The sooner we remove this administration and the ruling ANC, the better. I thank you.
Ra leboga. Mhlomphegi Hon. Honorable Hon.
Thank you, Chairperson. Well, the ANC speakers in this debate have in astounding manner contradicted each other. The Honourable Kalako, in response to the speech of the Honourable Maimane, in which he unequivocally stated that the NPA has been captured by President Zuma, said, and I quote, "We all know what happened to the NPA and we don't deny it." Then came the Honourable Mpulwana, who assured us that the current NDPP is a shining example of independence. So the Honourable Kalako admitted what we all know and what the ANC has up to now denied, that the current president has continued the trend to politically manipulate the NPA into charging his enemies while shielding him from prosecution on those charges he must really face. And says the Honourable Kalako, in a feeble attempt to draw attention away from the malice to what he has admitted on behalf of the ANC, the problem is rather what opposition parties say on this topic. This is why rating agencies are negative about our economy. Well, then the Honourable Kalako then laments at length about the speech of the Honourable Maimane and says this speech will prevent South Africans from taking the Honourable Maimane serious. Well, I think everybody who's been following this debate will agree. The contempt of the ANC for the contempt the ANC has for the independence of the NPA has been laid bare for all to see. And the trust deficit South Africans have on this issue is with the ANC. The Honourable Mpulwana also seems to buy into the strategy of the President to have opponents found guilty rather by way of implication, association, embarrassment, and prosecution. He says the Honourable Breitenbach should not have been chosen to speak in this debate. Well, sir, if this is the yardstick we should use, we really should not have allowed President Zuma of #783 fame to address this House at all. Chairperson, next up in this debate is the Deputy Minister of Justice, a man who has the dubious distinction of having proffered in debates of this fifth Parliament, first an argument that the powers of the public protector is only that of recommendations, and then that government would on appeal be proven right in its decision to ignore the court order to arrest Omar al-Bashir. We all know that in both instances our courts have found our Deputy Minister of Justice to be wanting in respect of his knowledge of the law. I think it would not be wrong of us to be skeptical of the assurance he is about to give about the independence of the NPA. I thank you.
Honourable Deputy Minister of Justice.
Thanks, Honourable Chairperson and members. Just with regard to the Honourable Horn, as you know, courts make different decisions. If you look at the number of decisions of even the Supreme Court of Appeal that the Constitutional Court has overturned. But our Constitution refers to the fact that the prosecuting authority must exercise its functions without fear, favour or prejudice. And this is something upon which we surely all must agree. So decisions to prosecute should be taken without fear, favour or prejudice. Presumably, this means, in theory, that the impact of the decision to prosecute on the economy should not be a criteria. But this is where a number of opposition parties have contradicted themselves, saying you can't decide to prosecute if it will damage the economy. They've also previously criticised government for example, failing to arrest President al-Bashir or stopping him from leaving the country when there were serious consequences that could occur if he had been. In that case, they were saying, arrest him regardless of the consequences for South Africa. Before democracy, there were 4 heads of prosecution or attorneys general in each of the 4 provinces, as well as attorneys general in each of the so-called independent homelands. The new constitution created the position of a national director of public prosecution to head the National Prosecuting Authority. During the constitution certification process, objections were raised against this, based primarily on the fact that the National Director of Prosecutions is appointed by the President as head of the National Executive. The Constitutional Court, however, rejected this objection, and just as it was raised by the Honourable Maimane, that it was, and I read from paragraph 141 of the certification judgment, the objection was based primarily on the fact that in terms of section 179 of the Constitution, the NDPP is appointed by the President as head of the National Executive. There's no substance in this contention. The prosecuting authority is not part of the judiciary, and therefore the constitutional principle has no application to it. In any event, even if it were part of the judiciary, the mere fact that the appointment of the head of the National Prosecuting Authority is made by the President does not in itself contravene the doctrine of the separation of powers. The independence of the NPA is as important as a matter then as it was then as it is now, and it is crucial that the NPA must remain independent. Unnecessary speculation about the real motives for prosecution or non-prosecution and allegations of bias and manipulation, whether real or perceived, harm the institution. And unfortunately, opposition parties are politicizing the NPA. They accuse government and the NPA of not respecting the independence of the NPA, but opposition parties themselves are very quick to demand who they think should be charged and who should not be charged. Is that how they want to uphold the independence of the NPA? By telling the NPA whom to charge and whom not to charge? Also, just to be clear too, I think it is the Honourable Maimane, the NDPP doesn't take the initial decision to prosecute or not to prosecute. The powers are to review a decision to prosecute or not to prosecute after consulting the relevant Director of Prosecutions. And incidentally, Honourable Maimane, the Honourable Pikoli, Busi Pikoli, the second National Director, was suspended by, you blamed President Zuma for everything, but he was suspended by President Mbeki and dismissed after a decision by this House and the NCOP by President Motlanthe. The Honourable Breitenbach raised that the reason that General Boyson was prosecuted was to protect Toshan Pandey, but it was the current National Director who in December, on review of a decision, decided to continue with the prosecution of Toshin Pandey. But an issue which impacts on the independence of the NPA is the relationship with the executive, and this is something which I think, listening to opposition members of this House, is not something understood. They accuse government a United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime guide provides that when it comes to independence of prosecutors and the executive branch, different legal traditions and legal systems deal with the principle in different ways. Some prosecution services form part of the executive branch of the state's government. Other prosecution services, while remaining part of the executive branch of government, have also been developed as standalone entities in order to further guarantee their independence. In Ireland, for example, the Director of Public Prosecutions is an independent office within the executive branch. Ireland is not a colony, Mr. Steenhuisen. I mean, it's not a colonial government. It was a colony of Britain. So much for your knowledge of history. In some civil law countries, France, Italy, and Tunisia, prosecutors belong to the judiciary. But another aspect is accountability. The independence of the prosecutor does not mean that the prosecutor is completely autonomous and accountable to no one. And says the UN Guide, prosecution services are accountable to the executive and legislative branches of government, to the public, and to an extent the judiciary. Accountability of the prosecutor means that a prosecution service may be required to account for its actions, either by filing reports, responding to inquiries, or in some situations, acting as a respondent in a court hearing. Section 33 of the NPA Act, which complies with Sections 179 of the Constitution, gives the Minister of Justice the final responsibility for the National Prosecuting Authority. A lot turns on how the NPA handles, in particular, high-profile cases. The NPA's prosecution policy provides that in prosecutions of a sensitive or contentious nature, including cases involving so-called high-profile accused persons, victims, or witnesses, prosecutors should timeously inform the Director of Public Prosecutions concerned in writing of the nature and details of, and such DPP should similarly inform the National Director. When the National Director directs the institution of a prosecution in the area of jurisdiction of any DPP, such DPP shall monitor the progress of the case, keep the National Director informed in writing of all developments in the case, and submit a written report to the National Director on the outcome of the trial. Reasons as to why criminal proceedings are to be proceeded with or why particular charges are formulated should be handled with care in order not to cause embarrassment or unnecessary debate. That's the policy, the prosecution policy of the NPA. Prosecution decisions are notoriously difficult to make. For example, in the murder charges against Glenn Agliotti for the murder of Brett Kebble. Some of the state witnesses were self-confessed hitmen. They were controversially given indemnity from prosecution in exchange for testimony against Mr. Agliotti. That prosecution failed, which meant that the alleged mastermind was acquitted and the self-confessed hitmen were identified. But prosecutors are expected to take the best decisions they can with the available facts they have at that time. With regards to the National Director of Public Prosecutions, the President has written a letter to Advocate Abrams requesting him to provide reasons as to why he should not be suspended from his position as National Director of Public Prosecutions. The Helen Suzman Foundation and Freedom Under Law took the matter to court seeking an order that the President must institute an inquiry and suspend the NDPP, Dr. Pretorius and Mr. Mzinyati, for their handling of fraud charges against the Minister of Finance and 2 former SARS officials. The court, however, a full bench, 3 judges, rejected their application, saying it was not urgent. The court also held that the President's request for additional time to give Advocate Abrams an opportunity to respond was not unreasonable. But, Chairperson, it's a time for cool heads. It's important for us to restore the credibility and public confidence in an institution which is at the very heart of our criminal justice system, and as such is one of the factors that can affect our economy. There are some important lessons to be learnt. I would argue that the main issue to be addressed is that in high-profile matters, there really is a need to have a very proper and thorough process. In the past, there was a formal process where the NDPP and deputies received a detailed briefing in such matters before any announcement was made. This is not for the NDPP to become involved in the decision, but it is essentially about quality assurance, about dotting I's and crossing T's. It is then up to the prosecutor and his or her DPP to run the case and make the decision. The DPPs have similar processes with high-profile cases in the regions, but they are in a different position as the prosecution is instituted in their name and they can change decisions without a formal review, unlike the National Director of Public Prosecutions. The National Director of Public Prosecutions must not make the decision his if it is not his, for example, announcing or commenting on it in detail. The prosecutors or their DPPs should do this. The NDPP should not get personally involved in cases. This is also vital if he has to review the decision later on. And as for press conferences, while greater transparency is to be supported, is it appropriate to deal with matters at press conferences only for there to be changes made later on? This is not, after all, the first controversial press conference convened by NDPP to explain the decision whether or not to prosecute. We all remember the first National Director's press conference on his decision to charge Shabir Sheikh, but not to charge our current President. In terms of the National Prosecuting Authorities Act, it's Section 22(5), there is provision for a structure to be set up by regulation to conduct oversight over the National Prosecuting Authority, and this is something we should probably look at. Currently, the only place to get a prosecutorial decision reviewed is by the court, and we should, I think, look at invoking that section and whether or not to establish a structure to deal with complaints regarding decisions to prosecute or not prosecute. In England and Wales, the Crown Prosecuting Service is overseen by the Crown Prosecution Services Inspectorate. There is an Inspectorate of Prosecutions in Scotland, and last year calls were made in South Australia that prosecutorial decisions be reviewed by an independent body. In some cases, these commissions have the power to overturn prosecutors' decisions if their investigations find that the prosecutor erred in making their decision. The main issue with such a body would be to ensure it does not infringe on the NPA's independence. Obviously, as the economy was raised, not much spoken about by the DA, but opposition parties seem to want to lay the blame for a possible downgrade squarely on the NPA's door. But in truth, there are many factors that come into play in a country's credit ratings. Factors like real GDP per capita income, headline inflation rate, government revenue to GDP, government expenditure to GDP, political risk, socio-economic risk, and external vulnerability risk. An equally important criteria that rating agencies assess is the country's institutional strength. And Moody's released a statement this past weekend saying that South Africa has a record of sound fiscal management, especially on the spending side. The Treasury has consistently met spending ceilings introduced in 2012 and is aiming to reach primary balance in the next fiscal year. The Minister of Finance himself recently remarked that government, business and labour have done phenomenal work in trying to prevent a credit ratings downgrade. So we must continue to build on the trajectory of growth as envisaged and to create jobs as outlined by the Minister of Finance in the recent medium-term budget policy statement. Government has been hard at work to prevent a possible downgrade. But if anyone is politicising the NPA, it's the opposition. The DA calls the NPA a political hit squad, but fails to mention that this is the same organisation that has delivered successful conviction rates of 89% in the High Courts, 88% conviction rates in organised crime cases, and 82% in trio crimes in 2015-16, convictions that take criminals off our streets. Opposition parties must not stand there and be disingenuous. They must stop politicising the NPA. And speaking of independence, how independent of mind is their Justice Shadow spokesperson, the Honourable Glynis Breitenbach? Is it appropriate that someone who is an accused in a criminal matter, she's on trial for...
House Chairperson. Will...
Honourable Deputy Minister. Yes, Honourable Member.
Will he take a question?
Are you prepared to take a question?
I noted that Honourable Maimane refused to take a question. That's your leader, so I think I'll follow his example.
He's not prepared, thank you.
So they speak of independent, but how independent of mind is their Justice Shadow Minister, the Honourable Glynis Breitenbach? Is it appropriate that someone who is an accused person in a criminal matter, and we know she's on trial for contravening the NPA Act, and 2 charges of defeating the ends of justice, with charges for fraud and perjury relating to a false affidavit having been added, is it appropriate that such a person is a Shadow Minister of Justice of all things? And remember that Honourable Breitenbach left the NPA in the time of Mxolisi Nxasana, who the Leader of the Opposition says he admires. They agreed not to appeal against her disciplinary matters. She agreed not to take them on review for moving her from the SCCU. So the Honourable Breitenbach, I don't think anyone in the DA should be able to deny this, clearly has an axe to grind with the NPA. How can she sit in this House and pretend to be objective? How should she be the Shadow Minister of Justice when she's got an axe to grind? Yes, the DA will say she's innocent until proven guilty, just like every other person who the DA so desperately wants to suspend and charge and fire and dismiss. Let us follow due process in all cases. Speaker, the job of the NPA is to ensure justice. As US Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor once said, and I quote, "My job as a prosecutor is to do justice, and justice is served when a guilty man is convicted and an innocent man is not." That is what justice is, not what the DA wants it to be. I thank you.
Thank you. Order, honourable members. That concludes the debate. The next item on the order paper is a subject for discussion in the name of Honourable September on whether free higher education for all is possible. I now recognize the Honourable September.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I locate this speech of mine, Honourable House Chair, by starting as the ANC within, of course, our policies that we have. I start with the Reconstruction Development Program and remind you that it said that all people will have access to education and training throughout their lives to improve skills and to develop themselves, and that further education will be provided through formal institutions such as technikons, colleges, and universities, and also at the workplace and in community learning centers. We are reminded, Honourable House Chair, that the democratic government inherited a higher education system that was seriously distorted by apartheid and whose funding arrangements have led to serious crisis for both the students and the institutions themselves. In order to address the structural problems that it inherited, the democratic government have consulted with significant stakeholders with a view to appoint an expert higher education commission to investigate, amongst other things, the resource base for higher education and indeed the system of student finance. It might just be possible to clarify, and we think we should do this today, what the Freedom Charter says. Chairperson, the Freedom Charter says, education shall be free, compulsory, and universal, and equal for all children. But it goes on to say that higher education and technical training shall be open to all by means of state allowances and scholarships awarded on the basis of merit. I think it would be appropriate, House Chair, for you to allow, in remembrance of Fidel Castro, who made education the largest share of government budget and a major issue of his revolution. Under Fidel Castro's leadership, primary education was made compulsory. South Africans can learn from Cuba, who ensured education as the key to revolution and creating a literate population loyal to their country. The Cuban government's illiteracy campaign under the leadership of Fidel Castro was an early example of mobilization. May his soul rest in peace. We have, as an ANC, recognized way back in 1994 already that the funding arrangements of the higher education system have led to serious crisis for both institutions. The ANC proposed that the development of new financing arrangements for education and training should support the goals of educational reconstruction along the lines of state financing of higher education, on vocational education and research, and must seek an overall balance between the demands of the educational institutions within higher education. Furthermore, the then funding formula needed to be reviewed and restructured in terms of the need to expand the system and redress institutional inequalities and increase the intake of disadvantaged students. What have we achieved in this regard, House Chair? What we've been able to do is to make sure that we expand access to post-school education and training, as been called for in the white paper, transform higher education also, that funding injections, as you have seen since 2010, to support the progressive introduction of free education and training for the working class and the poor, and the content and funding to NSFAS to ensure that it address inequality, and that infrastructure development such as accommodation, college infrastructure, upgrading and maintenance, buildings of universities must be attended to, and indeed skills development work that should be done through the CETAs, the TVET colleges, and many others, as in the National Skills Fund too. House Chair, there is a critical difference between free higher education for all and free education for the poor. It will have conflict between developmental objectives, especially around increasing access and improving success. There will also be conflicting priorities within post-school education and training, the post-school education and training sector. Within that, and as a whole, especially as the emerging sector, the colleges, and indeed, we don't forget the basic education around resources. We agree then, Minister, with the outcome of those that you have asked to do some research in higher education, that the impact of poverty and unemployment, especially amongst youth, and its effect on both financial and epistemic access to university education. It points to the need not only of student funding, but also of the need to fund the appropriate staffing and other infrastructure for effective learning to take place, and we think these are quite important. Free university education for the poor has the potential to improve both access and the quality of outcomes in higher education, but it will require a significant outlay by the state. What then has to be done to obtain free education, especially for the poor in South Africa? Our realization to progressively achieve free university education for the poor is in using a combination of what we have in the NSFAS and a proportion of the sector and education training authorities funds, which was set aside by both the private and the public sector for skills development, and that together with new sources of funding, not discounting the national budget, large financial institutions, and sometimes international donors. But very importantly, it recommended also that the model it uses should be used to develop a costing model for a comprehensive student financial aid and academic support system. And that takes into account adequate housing also. It takes into account proper nutrition. It takes into account cultural inclusion and an enhanced awareness through career and vocational guidance at school level. Why should we not have cost sharing and challenge the private sector indeed also, who benefits immensely from government resources on higher education and training, to also contribute? Our premise, Honourable House Chair, is the white paper on post-education, post-school education and training, and where the ANC is going with higher education. And they are in the following areas, and that is what we ought to achieve, is fulfilling the targets of the country's key national policy documents, such as the National Development Plan by 2030, the New Growth Path. Indeed, what we can't forget is Human Resource Development Strategy for South Africa, and indeed targets set out to cover over the medium-term expenditure. What we do require is transformation within the sectors. And what we should have is linking the different sectors, bring them all together so that collectively they meet the desired outcomes of the National Development Plan. What we also need is a post-education and training system that is responsive to the needs of the economy. The creation of an integrated system of post-school education and training system that is able to contribute to the eradication of the legacy of apartheid, that can assist in the building of a non-racial, non-sexist South Africa, characterized by the progressive narrowing of inequalities. Because that being, us being a national democratic society is critical, and critical to this is the developmental state that the ANC is building, and the relationship of the developmental state indeed with post-school education. And therefore, the state must decisively intervene in the economy, ascertain what the needs of the economy are, and implementing a progressive agenda in attaining these needs. Critical in this regard are the skills needed by the economy, by human resource development, and the financing of the post-school education and training. The funding of education is not an end in itself, but it is essential for the achievement of socio-political, cultural, and transformative goals against the background of a society characterized by the cleavages of racist oppression and exploitative social relations. Policies that are designed to provide for full cost of study are essential, House Chair, to an overarching social objective in which the goals are to develop a democratic and socially just society. So free education for the poor has the potential to improve both access to and the quality of outcomes in higher education, but it will require a significant outlay by the state. After all, nowhere is there free education as someone has to pay. Our Constitution advocates affordability. Is it possible? Is it feasible? We cannot widen inequality and privilege the deracialization rich. We need a sustainable higher education. As Comrade Nelson Mandela said, we don't have the resources to help every child, but we do have the responsibility to give each child the tools to help themselves. Free education for the poor is the first step in that direction. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Bozoli.
Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. It's interesting that the ANC itself puts forward a topic, but none of its members attend. The very topic of this debate is proof that the ANC can't manage anything, even by crisis. They wait until things are so bad that it is almost impossible to continue, and then when it's too late to do anything thoughtful, the ANC clumsily steps in. It is the same everywhere. in electricity, in water, in rugby, and even in the presidency. It doesn't matter that the ANC's own experts have repeatedly told them in advance that things are bad. They won't do anything until it actually collapses, by which time it's too late. This is a government that will go down in history for breaking everything it touches. This is what's happened to higher education. In spite of numerous commissions, sober visits from vice-chancellors, student protests, task teams, opposition warnings, etc., the ANC has continued to neglect higher education for at least 10 years, in spite of what Honourable September says. When the inevitable crisis hit, they had no option but to act in emergency mode. This year and last year, for example, they ran out of time and simply threw money at higher education. Nothing long-term there. This will no doubt happen again in 2017. By the time the ponderous Commission of Inquiry submits its report in July, the system will already be in upheaval over the 2018 fees. It will be impossible to take any serious long-term decisions or suddenly implement new systems. I raised this in President's questions last week, but he seemed not to comprehend the problem. He appears to believe that the Commission will have all the answers. But the Commission is unlikely to come up with anything that several committees, commissions, and task teams, which have worked on the problem for the past 10 years, haven't already thought of. The problem lies in ANC failure to implement ideas rather than in coming up with new ones. Under a DA government, this sort of thing would not be allowed to happen. We have our own crisp, clear vision of how higher education should be rescued. We base this on two principles: excellence and that no student should be excluded on financial grounds alone. We have 5 points. 1, we believe that society has a responsibility to support the poor. Those who have nothing cannot be left to rot at the bottom of the pile. We are social liberals, social democratic liberals, if you like. We are not so-called neoliberals. We will completely revamp NSFAS and introduce a slick, professionalized operation with a sliding scale of support. The less your family earns, the more support you will receive. The funding will be a mixture of loans and bursaries. Families that earn over 600,000 will not receive NSFAS at all. They are eligible for bank loans if they ever need them. This will not only help and support students from poorer backgrounds, it will also significantly reduce the dropout and failure rates, many of which are caused by financial hardship. We take seriously the subsidy that government gives to the average university, and our 4th point is that this should cover about 50% of overall costs. But under the ANC, this proportion has fallen to 40% over the past 20 years, a 20% decline. This is why fees have risen so much. So we will increase the level back to 50%. This will stabilize universities, make them sustainable, and keep fee increases at the level of higher education inflation. Fifthly, we will expect universities to contribute to developing a less wasteful system through better admissions procedures, world-class student support systems, and high-quality staff. The increase in their subsidies should pay for this. Extra funding will be needed. Only a tiny proportion of our GDP goes into higher education at the moment, about 0.7%, again in spite of Honourable September's claims. India, for example, is at 1.2%, Ghana at 1.4%, and Malaysia is at 1.7%. These are all middle-income countries. Our level should be increased to well over 1%. All of this will be done over time. Full, fee-free higher education for all would cost an extra 60 billion per annum. That amount cannot even be contemplated in current circumstances. The DA scheme, gradually introduced, could be implemented for 1/3 of that cost. The DA scheme will make the system more sustainable and stable. It will create a well-supported, diverse student body that is able to concentrate on high-level skills and intellectual and creative insights. Unlike the ANC, we will not manage by crisis, and we will not allow any one sector to decay before we intervene. The ANC cannot be trusted to fix the things it has broken, including the universities. It is time to loosen the death grip that they have upon us and our precious institutions. Thank you.
Next speaker is the Honourable Mbata.
House chairpersons, to us as the EFF, free higher education is a generational mission. It is a mission that needs no introduction. It is a mission that has been shed on blood, tears, and struggle. It is so scandalous that today the ANC introduces this motion. We believe this motion is preemptive. It is preemptive in an attempt to dismiss the struggles of students that will continue at the beginning of January. We believe that we are trying to disown and frustrate the struggles of students by ridiculing them in front of the public, saying to the public these struggles are meaningless, they actually have no future in our cause of struggle. Majombozi, Abram Tiro, Tsietsi Mashinini, Hector Peterson, Peter Mukaba. These are generations of young student and youth leaders who will be so ashamed to be associated with you today. Free higher education is possible. Even Christian in his grave, he must be sleeping sleeplessly. Because today, we have a communist that is managing and the authority in higher education, which Christian fought so dearly, and these communists provide no less no solution. We believe, Chairperson, that as the organization in this parliament that have championed free higher education from the beginning, we understood why we said that. We said that before the decolonized movement and before the fees must fall movement. All that you are trying to do is to dismiss the struggles of the students. The Parliamentary Budget Office has estimated that over the next 3 years, the following amounts will be needed to provide fee-free higher education. It's 67.2 billion for the year 2016-2017. It's 75.1 billion for the year 2017-2018. It's 83.9 billion for the year 2018 and 2019. It's 93.8 billion for the year 2019 and 2020. The reason why you cannot provide this is because there is nothing to steal under higher education, while in all other departments, you've got your hands dirty. The recent report of the Statistician General highlights the extraordinary levels of inequality. These levels of inequality happened post-1994. And guess who? They affect the Black African youth. In fact, if they are not attended now, they move straight to a next generation. You have been nothing but a bunch of losers to young people who started voting in either 2014 and continued to vote in 2016. At the height of their struggles in 2016, you said nothing about higher education, which speaks a lot about your campaigning types. The Council on Higher Education has said it is possible to provide fee-free higher education in South Africa. You have systematically disinvested in universities. From the year 1997, year 2000, you have consistently, from Bengu to Kata Asma to Naletu Pando, now to you Nzimande, you have failed the system, and you are the most educated ministers to have even understood the need for education. There were two things that apartheid stole from the majority. They stole our land and they took our pride on education. And you sit here like a bunch of...
Honorable Member, your time has now expired. Next speaker is the Honorable Simang. Order, honourable members.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Order, honourable members.
The question we are grappling with today demands answers which are well thought through.
Order, honourable members.
Those who argue in favor of free university education for all motivate this by reference to the Freedom Charter, which is the basis of government policy. In quoting the Freedom Charter, we must bear in mind that it was strategizing for a world of the 1950s, which was radically different from the 21st century real world. During the last weekend, former President Mbeki was quoted in the media where he cited the world-famous revolutionary communist, the late Fidel Castro of Cuba, that he warned the ANC about economic promises made in the Freedom Charter, for he feared that some of them could not be attained. Another shortcoming of the Freedom Charter is that it made many claims without drawing up plans on how to attain them. It is true that many African states, on achieving independence, did offer free university education. This was necessitated by the fact that the colonial powers who had occupied those states had not prepared Africans educationally to run governments. But in comparing those states with South Africa, we must bear in mind that each state has only one university or two, whereas South Africa has got 26. Germany is one big European democracy which offers free university education. There are two reasons which help Germany to afford this. Firstly, few students attend university. The large number is absorbed by a very effective technical and vocational college system. In South Africa, even a teacher must be trained at a university. Even a nurse must be trained in a university. Secondly, in Germany, the income tax rate has been increased to 45%. In Sweden, it has been increased to 55%. What is the South African reality? Firstly, in a country of 55 million citizens, only 13% are taxpayers. 16% are dependent on social grants, and over 8 million are unemployed. The conclusion I reach is that free university education
Honourable member,
for
your
every
time is now
student
expired.
is neither affordable nor sustainable, but it
Honourable
is a
member,
must
your
for
time
the
has
poor.
expired.
I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Kekana.
Let me touch the microphone. Where is it? Madam Speaker, the topic of whether free education is possible is, of course, a very hot topic today in South Africa. I want to start by correcting Honorable Pozzoli when she says that the NC is messing up. If it was DA, it would provide electricity and water to the poor. The point is that the ANC is the first government after 1994 that provided universal coverage for electricity and water. The rural areas, homeland, Bantustans of this country did not have tap water before the invent of the ANC. The townships of South Africa did not have electricity. We know that it was only post-1976 that electricity was supplied with the reforms that P.W. Botha brought
Point of
about.
order.
Yes, honorable member, why are you rising?
Chairperson, we're being abused in terms of relevance to the topic here. We're not discussing water and RDPs. We're discussing, and they've brought this to us. It's the ANC motion as to whether education is affordable for all.
Thank you.
Nangu tatu thetha ngamanzi apha.
Thank you, honorable
Kini.
member. Thank you, honorable member.
That is part of the alliance.
Honorable Kekana, can you just hold there, please? Honorable Deputy Minister, why are you rising?
No, on a point of order, Chair, a speaker has a right to develop his or her argument.
No,
That's
honorable
all the
member.
speaker was doing.
Honorable members, let's keep the topic of discussion in mind when we engage in this debate. Continue, honorable member.
Yes, I was responding to Belinda Buzoli. Honorable Belinda.
Honorable Kekana.
Yeah, let me continue.
Honorable Kekana.
Let me continue.
Honorable Kekana.
Yes.
Will you just hold there for a while? Why are you rising, honorable member?
Because you haven't ruled.
No, I've ruled, honorable member.
Can you call the member to order to
No,
stick
honorable
to the
member,
topic?
honorable member, I've ruled. And will you take your seat now so that he can continue on the topic?
Chairperson, can you please enlighten us? What is your ruling?
No, you should have listened, honorable member, what the ruling was.
That minister was shouting. I couldn't hear.
No, honorable member. I've requested the member and the members who will follow to stick to the topic of debate.
Okay, besides the infrastructural issues that was raised before, the ANC policy is very clear. The policy is that we should provide access to free education, especially to the poor. The conference, national conference of the national conference number 52 and number 53 said that the ANC must provide education to the youth of the country. It must train human resource development for the purposes of growing the economy and creating jobs and job opportunities for everybody in the country. Very well, actually. Now,
Order, honorable members.
I want to say that free education has been achieved and provided for in primary education. In post-school education, there is a big battle to achieve total free education, but now remember how much NSFAS is spending on poor students. NSFAS budget is 9 billion. That is being provided for poor students in a form of bursaries and loans. Now, if you take examples in the world, international good experience, in Kenya, I mean, when we're talking about this thing, we always want to deal with countries that are comparable with the GDP and developmental index. Now, Kenya is one of those countries in Africa. It started in 1960 after independence. Remember, a lot of countries in Africa did not have universities before independence. So when it started, it had about 500 students. It could afford free education, and it provided free university education. In the 80s, the population of the university grew to 5,000, and free education was no more easy. Currently, as we're talking, Kenya has a population of, university population of 29,000, and free education is a big struggle in Kenya too, because of the number of students that have increased from the initial number of 500 to the current number of 29,000. There are problems in Kenya now. We're taking an example of Germany, like many people quoted it as one example. Germany does have post-school free education. The difference is that Germany only pays for tuition. Accommodation, residence, like we do in South Africa, pocket money, books, those parents has to pay for. So when we're talking in the first world countries about free education, it isn't 100% free education. It is partial free education. European Union has said that it wants all students that belong to European Union in the migration to access education. But that is also not total free education. So, Honorable Speaker, this is a very interesting topic in our country. We have achieved a lot as far as I'm concerned, as far as free education is concerned. And we are progressively continuing that battle to provide for free education for the poor. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Kubisa.
House Chairperson, honorable members, the National Freedom Party is of the opinion that free higher education for all is possible, and we believe that it can be affordable. However, we also need to talk about free quality basic education because the two are inseparable, but that is a debate for another time. The narrative of free education for all ensues from the Freedom Charter, from our Constitution, and which should be translated in government policy. Education is a right, not a privilege, and ultimately the most dynamic investment any country can make in its future. To this effect, it is our view that public education, including higher education, is primarily the responsibility of the state. Higher education currently gets allocated merely 0.78% of the GDP in terms of funding, whilst countries like Senegal, Ghana, and Malaysia are funded at a rate of 0.75% to 1% respectively of the GDP. Cuba, a shining example of state that has prioritized education, is funding higher education at 4.5% of the GDP. And the National Freedom Party believes that the government would do well to study the Cuban model of state funding for higher education. The National Freedom Party would like to put forward various suggestions, recommendations to assist in this debate of free higher education. Firstly, we say that the government has the responsibility and duty to create a stable political and economic climate with regards to matters of governance and sound fiscal discipline. Such a climate will be conducive for the furtherance of effective and quality higher education. We also believe that the government must deal with corruption and graft, as well as wasteful and fruitless expenditure across the department and SOEs, as evidenced in the Auditor General's report. Money saved from such preventative action could be well fund quality higher education for all deserving students. Another way to raise funds for free education, as supposed by other economists, is to include a graduate tax, increase corporate tax, and deal decisively with illicit outflow of monies by rich people, multinationals, and other companies. We are aware that the Department of Higher Education and Training has made efforts to address funding for the missing middle and students from humble families, but there is a cry for free higher education. We're also disappointed, although the Presidential Commission has not tabled the report, does not talk to free education directly, but it talks to the feasibility of free higher education. This inability to address the burning question of free higher education directly compounds the problem even further, particularly so if it is combined with the perception that the Commission is sluggish, slow, and not transparent. The National Freedom Party believes we also have to consider how to deal effectively with the numerous barriers and inequalities which influence access to quality higher education. Of course, we need to look into the issues of university autonomy as well. Finally, it is imperative, Chairperson, that the government must clarify its position in a way that is clear and consonant to assist in free education for all. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is the Honourable Fultane.
And we quote, "The old order changeth, yielding place to new, lest one good custom should spoil the whole world." Maybe we need to go back to basics and ponder what happened to the Education Charter campaign and the concept of people's education for people's power. People's Education for People's Power was a vision and program of action which rejected an apartheid education system that entrenched underdevelopment of the majority while segregating society. The discontinuities between the anti-apartheid movement's People's Education on the one hand and democratic competitive elitism on the other have to be understood in the context of a negotiated transition from apartheid to democracy, a compromise that ultimately gave way to democratic elitism in post-apartheid education. People's education was not a neutral phenomenon, but was aimed at instilling particular necessary values necessary for building an alternative society, a society of cooperation, solidarity, creativity, critical thinking, active participation, and democracy. It was opposed to authoritarian, individualistic, competitive values propagated by the capitalist apartheid education system. This system must prepare people for full participation in a democratic society and its social, political, and economic life. The National Education and Training Forum in 1993 defined its mission as, quote, the formulation of policy framework of the education and training system which is linked to the human, social, and economic development needs of South Africa. We need to look at it as a necessary enabler and support to our total socio-economic goal as society. Looking at it from a 360-degree perspective, one is persuaded to say, yes, free education is possible, provided each sector spares a budget for educating its human capital potential, guided by the transformation goals as we all agree on. In other words, each sector must prepare its own students. If we are involved in a radical economic transformation, surely we should prepare our people to take over the economy of their country. We need to consider the creation of a single and seamless education system that interfaces at levels from early childhood right up to higher education. That way it can be done. We do not need to allow ourselves to be captives of the past commitments of the 22 years into democracy. After 22 years into democracy, we have seen that these have failed South Africa in many fronts. If we understand and accept that education is an integral part of the broader transformation projects as was defined by the Education Charter campaign, then issues of funding, its underlying principles, methods, and content shall be
Honourable
resolved.
Member, your time is now
Thank you.
expired. Thank you. Next speaker is the Honourable Groenewald.
Agbare voorsitter, ek wil begin om te sê dat daar bestaan nie so iets soos gratis hoër onderwys nie. Voorsitter, daar mag 'n idee wees dat as studente nie betaal vir hulle klasgelde nie, dat dit gratis is. Dit is nie gratis nie, want op die einde van die dag is dit die belastingbetaler wat moet opdok. Universiteite is duur. En ja, die ANC-regering is skuldig daaraan dat hy byvoorbeeld die subsidies aan universiteite nie behoorlik aangepas het nie en daarom sit die universiteite met die probleem dat hulle nou hoër fooie moet vra om hulle studente te akkommodeer. En dit is 'n vraag wat die regering homself moet vra. Hoekom het hy in die eerste plek agtergeraak wat betref die bedrag van daardie subsidies in terme ook van die inflasiekoers? Maar agbare voorsitter, ons moet ook vir mekaar sê en die vraag is dan eintlik, kan die regering of kan 'n staat dit bekostig om gratis hoër onderrig te verskaf? Selfs ontwikkelde lande, die sogenaamde ryk lande, kan dit nie bekostig nie. Daar's baie uitdagings in Suid-Afrika. En laat ek ook dit sê, natuurlik sal ek wil sê dat die Vryheidsfront Plus het simpatie daarmee dat klasgelde nie onnodig verhoog moet word en laat hoër onderwys onbekostigbaar raak nie. Want dit word 'n probleem in Suid-Afrika as gevolg van een van die probleme wat ek reeds genoem het. Natuurlik wil mense 'n gelyke geleentheid gee vir studente om hulle behoorlik te kwalifiseer aan die universiteite. Maar agbare voorsitter, ons moet ook vir mekaar sê dat as ons die land se ekonomie wil laat groei, om te verseker dat daar meer geld is, sodat dit meer bekostigbaar kan raak om universiteitstoelaas te kan verhoog, dan moet ons vir ons sê, wat gaan aan in terme van die opvoeding van die onderwys in Suid-Afrika? Navorsing toon, dat as jy 'n matriekklas vat, dan is dit slegs 50% wat tot in graad 12 vorder. Daarvan kwalifiseer slegs 12% om universiteit toe te gaan, en op die einde is daar slegs 5% wat wel 'n graad behaal. 'n Groot probleem is met ons jeug, wat nie universiteit toe kan gaan nie, ook nie gaan nie en nie slaag nie. En daar moet aandringend gekyk word om ook geld beskikbaar te stel vir daardie opleiding van ons jeug, sodat die ekonomie gestimuleer kan word, sodat daar meer geld beskikbaar is, om dan op die einde van die dag 'n beter toelaag te gee vir ons universiteite, om dit meer bekostigbaar te maak.
Dankie. The next speaker is the Honorable Dudley.
Thank you. As Honourable September has said, there is of course no such thing as free higher education, or pretty much free anything for that matter. Someone always pays. So the question really is about who must pay and who must not. The person who has met the criteria for university entrance should not be turned away on the basis of affordability, but free higher education for all stands to benefit families who can afford to pay university fees for their children, and not just that, at the expense of quality education. We must ensure that intimidation tactics do not lead to policies that do not address the problem and only increase the inequality that already exists. And talking about criteria, Professor Nico Kluti of the University of the Western Cape has said vast numbers of people don't qualify for university, and many struggle when they get there, which shows in the high dropout rate. Now, most students in South Africa are young people whose home or primary language is not English, and they arrive at varsity or college unaware of the requirements of the study culture of tertiary education. It is not surprising that the average time taken in achieving a BA degree is 5 to 6 years for a 3-year course. This translates into climbing costs for students and educational institutes. In the opinion of some experts, the solution is a foundational bridging year at both TVET colleges and universities. Increased access alone will not improve education, and the ACDP urges government to implement a bridging year across the board that would rapidly empower young people and save money. In terms of the recent announcement by the Minister of Higher Education, only about 30% of the undergraduate student population will pay for any fee increases in 2017, essentially fulfilling to some degree the constitutional requirement that the state, through reasonable measures, must make higher education progressively available and accessible. The ACDP calls for a greater proportion of the state budget to go to higher education, considering South Africa spends 0.75%, while developmental states like Malaysia spend 1.75%, China 3%, Cuba 4.5%. Successful developmental states invest heavily in higher education, plus they charge fees and have financial aid schemes for the poor. So where there is quality-free education, like the Nordic countries, unemployment is less than 5%, and taxes are flat 50+% for everybody. So everyone is working, everyone earns a good salary, and everyone pays 50% plus to the government. The ACDP notes that internationally
Honourable Member,
there is a year.
Your time is now expired.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Chaisa.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. South Africa is still a developing country that is still faced with these challenges of poverty and unemployment. The country does not have all the economic power to provide for each and every need. The country's national debt is so high that it cannot satisfy all the social needs. The Constitution of South Africa, however, does provide for free education, but it goes on to saying that if the state does not have enough money, the state has got to indicate when and how this can be possible. The free education may not be possible for all. The country can provide free education for the poor and the middle class, cannot provide for all. It cannot be free for students whose parents are getting more than $1 million per annum. It cannot be free for students whose parents are owning big businesses with big profits. To make things easier, the state should start taxing the rich people in line with their profits. Students should also avoid destroying the property, libraries, and buildings so that the monies that could be saved in repairing those could also be taken into free education. This is a drawback indeed. The country cannot afford to provide for the students coming outside because it is still developing. Each and every citizen must begin to contribute to the growth of the economy so that we can avoid this downgrading, since this has got a negative impact on our economy. The growth of the economy will lead to free higher education. Everybody should encourage the small farmers, commercial farmers, big businesses, and small businesses can also be encouraged now to contribute to the growth of the economy so that we have got enough money to help to get into free education. Again, now tax avoidance should be fought at all costs because the monies that are supposed now to be received from the people who are supposed to pay tax should also be collected so that now we have got enough money to provide for free education. The National Students Financial Aid Scheme should not only be a loan but a bursary, because if students are to pay at the end, pay back the money at the end, it means that it does not be free at all. The monies that are received through corruption can also be collected and used to contribute to free education. It can also be good when students are just studying relevant, that is now doing something that is relevant at universities, something that is going to contribute to the growth of the economy, so that now we don't get into all these economic problems in future. So everybody must contribute, everybody must make this idea of
Honourable Member, your
education
time is now
to be
expired.
fully realized. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Kasim.
Honourable Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance believes in an open opportunity society for all, grounded in the values of freedom, fairness, and opportunity. In an opportunity society, the child of a domestic worker would receive free, quality, basic education, would have access to quality healthcare and nutrition, would have access to the necessary tools to succeed, including dignified living conditions, electricity, Wi-Fi, and developmental facilities. This child, Honourable Chairperson, would be able to freely pursue further education and or training and be supported to succeed in this regard. In an opportunity society, every South African would have the opportunity to fulfill their dreams regardless of the circumstances of their birth. This is the South African dream. This is the dream that the Democratic Alliance stands for. What we are living in now is the South African nightmare. Under the ANC government, this very same child would still receive a Bantu education at schools which have been captured by SATU. This child would still be constrained by the legacies of apartheid, which continue to conspire to suppress mainly poor black South Africans from reaching their potential. If against all odds this child manages to matriculate with the required results to access a higher education institution, he or she would be told that there would be insufficient funding for half of them. If access is acquired, there would therefore be another 50% chance of this child dropping out in their first year. The reality is that the ANC government simply does not care about a poor child. And this was reiterated in this debate today. The Honourable Connie September walked up here and in the midst of putting us all to sleep, started quoting President Nelson Mandela about giving each child the tools to succeed. When 50%, no, I saw the Honorable Honeycomb dreaming about a post-Zuma South Africa, but I think that's besides the point. But when 50% of poor South Africans, because of the way that they have a lack of support given to them, drop out in their first year, you are not giving them the tools to succeed. The Honorable Kekana came up here, and I'm not sure if he came to the right debate. He started speaking about water and electricity. But I'll remind him, because we all agree that after 94 we made progress as a country. But let me use the example that he was given. Where the DA governs, there's higher access to basic services such as water and electricity. And actually in the city of Cape Town, there is the most generous package of free water and electricity. You see, Honorable Kekana, the point is not that the ANC can do a small amount of something. The point is that the Democratic Alliance can do 10 times better than the ANC. The question posed by the ANC motion brought before the House today is whether free higher education for all is possible. Well, almost anything is possible. Some would even argue that a president, I won't say which one, can get away with 783 charges of fraud, racketeering, and corruption. I think you might know him. But we should rather decide, as a society, whether providing free higher education for all, including the rich, is in the interest of social justice. Given our highly unequal society, surely funding the rich at the expense of increased support for the poor and missing middle can never be just. In fact, funding those that can afford would eliminate around 14 billion rand, which would otherwise cross-subsidize poorer students. Free higher education for all, including the rich, in highly unequal societies mainly benefit the already privileged who have the significant social, cultural, and economic capital to access, participate, and succeed in education. Inherent inequalities and inequities render the argument for blanket free education for all simply unfair and unjust. Free education for the poor, with support for the missing middle, on the other hand, is critical to redress and creating a fair society. Just as important is ensuring that these students are capacitated to succeed and not set up to fail, as is currently the case. Honorable Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance believes in a fair society. When the DA becomes the government in 2019, we will ensure that there is free education for the poor with support for the missing middle. We will ensure that no student is left behind, and we will ensure that we will champion an opportunity society that will take our country forward and create a prosperous
Honourable
society.
Member, your time
This
is now
possible
expired.
if the priorities of government were adjusted. Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable the Minister of Higher Education and Training.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. I participate in this important debate in memory of Comrade Fidel Castro Ruz, former president of Cuba and the first secretary of the Communist Party of Cuba, and in solidarity with the Palestinian struggle. And I would like to start
honourable
by
members.
thanking the ANC for calling this debate. It's very appropriate. And honorable members, I also wish to say that this government has prioritized access to affordable post-school education and training. To ensure the progressive realization of the right to further education, as contained in the Constitution, government has developed a roadmap. We have a roadmap for the transformation of our universities and TVET colleges. Government has been addressing these challenges since 1994. Hence,
Honourable Minister, will you just take a seat, please? Let
Yeah.
me take. Why are you rising, Honourable Member?
Minister waka Department of Social Work efika nje usukela uNaziri manje umkhombisa ukuthi uzomngoboza.
Honorable members, let's continue with this debate and let's leave all these unnecessary gestures and things out of the equation. Continue, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Kusukela ngo-1994, lo hulumeni uwandise kakhulu amathuba okufunda kubantwana bakithi, ikakhulukazi abamnyama ezikhungweni zemfundo ephakeme. Section 29(1) of the Constitution is a reflection, in fact, of the content of the Freedom Charter, which asserted that, I quote, education shall be free, compulsory, and universal for all children. That's basic education. And B, higher education and technical training shall be open to all by means of allowances and scholarships awarded on the basis of merit, unquote. That's what the Freedom Charter says, and that's exactly what we have done since 1994. Our Constitution guarantees access, quote, to further education which the state, through reasonable measures, must make progressively available and accessible, unquote. The principal position adopted by the ANC in Polokwane in 2007, in line with the Freedom Charter and the Constitution, is expressed through various government policy documents. And this was the basis for the establishment of the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, to support financially needy and academically capable young people in universities and TVET colleges to pay their upfront free fees and thus open access to higher education, especially to those to whom it was denied before. Honorable Chair and honorable members, let me reiterate without any shadow of doubt that the policy of this government has always been the progressive realization of access to higher education, particularly for the poor. That is why NSFAS today has funded more than 1.7 million students since 1994. And having spent just over 59 billion rands. And the scheme currently supports approximately 480,000 poor undergraduate students to access university and TVET colleges. Kufanele sibalalele abafundi, sizwelane neemfuno zabo. Kodwa uqiniso weshandu, kade sayiqala lento, imfundo yamahala emazingeni aphakeme ikhona kulelizwe. Baningi abafundi abafunda mahala. I-challenge ukuthi ayikakafiki kubona bonke.
Honorable Minister, let me just take this point of order. Honorable Member, what is the point of order?
Chairperson, I just want to check if the Honourable Minister would be gracious enough to accept a question.
Would you want to take a question, Honorable Minister?
He has a lot of time in the Portfolio Committee, so I'm not going to take any question from him.
Continue, Honorable Minister.
We've also asked the chairperson of NSFAS to look into a system now to support those students who do not qualify for NSFAS.
Honorable Minister, will you just take your seat again? Why are you rising, Honorable Member, in terms of which rule are you rising?
Honorable Chair, Rule 92.
What is the point of order, Honorable Member?
Can the Honorable Minister stop referring to Federal Castro?
No, Honorable Member, take your seat.
Because he's getting a
That's not the
salary.
point of order.
Otherwise, if it's a communism, he must
Honorable
forfeit his
Member,
salary.
take your seat. Honorable Member, please, do not interrupt another speaker by raising a point of order that is really not a point of order. Continue, Honorable Member.
Ahang, Honorable Chair, must not abuse the generosity of our democracy. Normally, in most democracies of the world, you don't get representation in parliament if you have got less than 5% of the vote. They don't even have 1% for that matter, we are right. So don't abuse that generosity. Singenisile nje la ngopotsho. Honorable Nxasane has come up with proposals to actually assist
Order,
those
Chair.
students.
Rule 92, is it parliamentary ukubizwa imember yeparliament ukuthi ingene ngopotsho here while he was voted by people of South Africa? Honorable Minister. Chair, can you rule that, is it parliamentary to say this member is here by upotsho?
Honorable Minister, will you withdraw that remark, please?
Ngiyaxolisa ngiyaxolisa. Yes.
House Chairperson.
Honourable Member.
House Chairperson, the Minister made disparaging remarks about how many votes Achang received. Can you tell us how many the SACP received?
No, Honourable Member, that's not a point of order. That's a debate for another day.
Yes, that's a debate for another day. Honorable Chair and honorable members, those who are saying and arguing that government must find the funding to provide all students with free higher education are in fact arguing for further privileging the most privileged of all students. In fact, you are asking the poor to subsidize the rich. Lento izwakale ngathi ukhulumela wonke umuntu uma uthi asikhokhele ingane zabantu abadla izambane likapondo kufana nokuthi sithatha imali emndenini ehluphekayo siyoyifaka la iningi khona imali eKZN sithi amalahla wangabuyiselwe eDandi. Now it's very important. It's a pity Honorable Shibambu akekho la, because at least much as he is in the EFF, he's the one who understands the Marxism because we taught him. If he was here, I would be saying that the latest edition of the African Communist also reminds us of what Karl Marx said about the same matter in 1871 in his critique of a certain faction of German communists who were calling for free higher education for all, as they claimed it was happening in some of the states in the US at the time. And Marx had this to say, I want to quote, if in some states of the US, higher education institutions are also free, that only means, in fact, defraying the cost of the education of the upper classes from the general tax receipts. Usho njalo Marx ngo-1871. Ungangibuka umbatha ngoba wayefunda uhalf eMarxism. But wayibona kudala lento uMarx ukuthi actually this call for free higher education for all, especially in a country like ours, is a reactionary call, even if it may sound progressive. In Cuba, we must honor and remember Fidel for providing free higher education for all, because Cuba is a socialist society. There is no private accumulation by certain sections of the population there. So, also, we must remember, that is why I agree with the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Comrade Ukoni, Honorable September, that we also need to looking into this, we must look at post-school education as a whole. For instance, out of every 100 children who started school in 2008, only 12 eventually entered university education. We also have to address the rest. That is the challenge and the task for this government. In other words, the challenge of university education will not be solved only by addressing university education, but will be solved by addressing TVET colleges and community colleges. That is very important. So higher education cannot be free for all South Africans. That is the way to actually answer this question. Maybe in another context it will, but under the current conditions, it actually cannot be. Now, Honorable Pozoli, I don't know when last were you at Wits University. I don't think you'll even recognize Wits University today because Wits University today is majority black and majority women, which is a far cry than when you were there as a deputy vice chancellor. So you cannot say, like
Point of
Honorable
order.
Kasim,
Point of order.
Honourable Minister, let me just take this point of order. Why are you rising, Honourable Member?
Well, I am still at Wits University. I'm an honorary professor there. I was there last week.
Thank you for the information. Continue, Honourable Minister. Order, Honourable Members. Order.
the fact of the matter is, what I'm saying to you, Honorable Pozoli,
Order,
is that
Honourable Members.
the ANC government has transformed Wits and done 10 times better than you did when you were Deputy Vice Chancellor there. That is a fact. So you must look at our record. You mustn't sound like a broken record. And I want to repeat this thing all the time. By the way, thank you very much. What Professor Pozolo was articulating here as supposedly DA policies, what the DA has done, we have read the Ngasane report, that's what we are articulating here. We have read the Ramaphosa report, which we did on how to fund higher education. All the things that they are saying are DA policies is what we briefed them about in the portfolio committee, which are actually ANC policies. There is absolutely nothing new. If we are talking about a sliding scale, that's what we are looking at, a mix of loan and bursary. Since NSFAS was established, it has always been a mixture of a loan and a bursary. So there's absolutely nothing new that we are saying. And by the way, 2009, we had about 9% of over 20-year-olds who had a tertiary qualification. By 2015, they are at 14.5%. That is the ANC record, according to Stats SA and the Statistician General. Weshandu, ngane yakwethu, wena sasikuthuma uyohlala kuma-council amanyuvesi ukwazi nokukhuluma ngamanyuvesi njengoba uthunywe yithina uhambe uyohlala kulama-council amanyuvesi. We need much more concrete ideas from you. And hambe uyotshela labantu be-student command se-EFF ukuthi abayeke ukushisa ama-university akithi uma ngabe be-protest. That is a real challenge.
Order, Chair. Order, Chair.
Honourable Minister, will you take your seat? Why are you rising, Honourable Member?
Chair, I rise on Rule 92.
Yes, Honourable Member.
The minister must not mislead the nation and say the EFF student command team is banning universities.
Honourable Member, that's
he must not because
that's
he's
not
lying.
a point of order.
No,
Will you
it's
take
a
your
point
seat,
of order
please?
because it's casting aspersion.
Take your
on
seat.
The revolutionary
Take your
organization
seat, Honourable
EFF.
Member. Thank you. Continue, Honourable Minister.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Kekane was very right. It's very important when we debate this that members come with knowledge and facts. As he was saying, Germany, it's only tuition that is free, nothing else. NSFAS pays for everything. Tuition, accommodation, transport in some instances, food and books. That is actually what it does. No other country does that with the possible exception of Cuba. Honorable Filtan, people's education for people's power. I'm happy when you talk about that because
Order, Chair.
what?
Order, Chair.
Honourable Minister, will you take your seat? Why are you rising, Honourable Member?
I rise again on Rule 92. Chairperson, the reality is that the minister must qualify that NFSAS remains a loan. So he must never.
Honourable Member,
no,
that is
wrong.
it's not a point of
NFSAS
order.
Is a loan.
That is a point of debate.
What we debate?
Take
it's
your
a loan.
seat now, Honourable Member.
NFSAS is a loan. It's not a free education.
Take your seat. That's a point for debate. Really, it's not a point of order. Continue, Honourable Minister.
Honorable Chair, NSFAS means you don't have to pay up front until you finish your first qualification. In any case, if we have got a university qualification, the likelihood is that we are likely to get a good job. And we are saying in a poor and developing country, once you start earning well, pay back so that those who come after you must also be able to benefit from that. That is free. Now, Babu Filtan, what we are implementing now were some of the key demands of the National Education Coordinating Committee, NSCC, on people's education for people's power. Possibly the reason why we are asking what way is it is because you had left the organization yet, if you were ever in it. If you had not left it, you would know what we are implementing here is exactly people's education for people's power. Maybe to do you good, ukuthi ubuye emahlathini lapha ku-UDM, ubuyele ekhaya la wawukhona uma ngabe wawuvele
Point
wawukhona.
of order, Chair, please.
Honorable Minister, will you take your seat? Why are you rising, Honorable Member?
I have never, ever
Honorable
been
Member,
a member
that's
of
not
the
a
ANC.
point of order.
That's a point of order.
Honorable
Never.
Member, it's not a point of order.
Now,
Continue, Honorable
Honorable Chair,
Minister.
I'm glad that my comment then has
Order,
actually
Chair.
told us about the fact that the honorable member was never
Honorable
in
Minister,
the
will you
ANC.
just take your seat, please? Why are you rising, Honorable Member?
Rule 92, uMinister uyathanda uclaim. He started by claiming Comrade Floyd Shivambu, who in fact taught you Marxism.
Honorable
now.
Member, that's not a point of order. Honorable members, let's not abuse Rule 92 just to say something and sit down. It's not a point of order. Those are points for debates, honorable members. Continue, Honorable Minister.
Honorable Dudley, thanks for your comments because the many points we have raised are very valid. Even if we may not agree on some, but at least we are raising issues that are very important to debate, which are very concrete. Okuyinto ebalulekile ukuthi siyenze ukuze sikwazi ukuye phambili. Ungenzi njengalensizwa eyilungu elihloniphekile yakwaKhasim. Insizwa ehlala ithukutheleke le. Ngaso sonke isikhathi angazi ukuthi ngayenzani, ineli ngangibona nje ukuthi ayingidli ngife. Inkinga yami yinye enginayo uKhasim ukuthi
Point of order, Chair.
hayi Shandu man.
Honorable Minister, why are you rising, Honorable Member?
I'm rising on Rule 92. I've seen Honorable Kasim smiling. He's not always
That's
angry.
not a point of order, Honorable Mbata.
Honorable Kasim is a nice man.
As a member of the Higher Education Committee, you should know that's not a point of order.
On a point of order, Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Honorable Chairperson, for the Minister to imply that I'm somewhat of a murderer, that I feel like killing him, I think that is out of order and I want you to rule on it, please, Chairperson. I don't think that is parliamentary.
Honorable Minister, did you refer to the Honorable Kasim in that way?
No, not at all. Ukuthi umuntu akangidla ngifele does not mean ukuthi umuntu ngithi umbulali. It's a Zulu saying that. Which means that the person is angry with me. I would maybe request, Honorable Chair, that perhaps you study the Hansard and
I'll check the Hansard,
and also
Honorable Minister.
consult so that we are able to come back here. I think that, I think the translation is the issue. Stiyena izen uyazi ukuthi ngisho ukuthini uma ngisho njalo ngoba uyasazi isiZulu kancane. You know, for Honorable Kasim to say there has been no progress since the ANC came into power, it's actually downright objectionable. And it's to look down upon our people who have benefited enormously with the policies that the ANC has been pursuing since 1994. And I want to come back to this. As we remember Commandant Fidel Castro, when are you sending poor students from the Western Cape to do medicine in Cuba? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next speaker is the Honorable September.
Thank you again, House Chair.
Order, Honorable members. Continue, Honorable Member.
Thank you, House Chair. Well, I think, honourable members, indeed, there's absolutely no argument to say that we, as the ANC government, are not realizing at least a progressive realization in higher education. It is clear for everyone to see in each and every 9 provinces. But I think, Honourable Member, it would be wrong to say that we should not give the Commission a chance. We must give Honourable Bazoli, we must give the Commission a chance. They gave an interim report, and we should allow them to bring a final report. From the word go, the Commission has been put down by yourselves, and I think it can't be correct to say that the Commission should not be given. I think the Minister has answered that indeed the majority of the things that Honourable Bazoli has said indeed are ANC things, and we are happy that they are now coming by in following ANC policies. We are extremely excited that the ANC's influence are getting into the DA. Honourable Mbata, and indeed not, Honourable Mbata, there's no hidden intention on this debate. Parliament is a place where we need to have discussions, where we need to have debate. We don't have an intention to say what is going to happen, and we have a precursor for 2017. But honourable members, I think that all the countries that were mentioned here, from India to wherever and so on, free education, if you go even into the Nordic countries, you will see that it is paid by virtue of the fact that everyone there earns a high and a very good salary. And of course, it pays taxes that are up to 50%. In South Africa, the majority of people are poor. And therefore, it is a debate on whether there's enough money for free education. Indeed, the commitment is there. We can't ignore, honourable members, out of all the things that you have said, and I thank you for your contribution, but we can't ignore fixing undergraduates in university and indeed the college system that we have to put in place. And we should discuss, of course, the proposal that the ANC, not the proposal, the decision that the ANC have took at its own conference on a modern graduation tax, instead of wanting to talk about outdated loans and so on, and a rush to raid the treasury all the time. South Africa desperately needs tertiary education, and we must end the unequalness in our society. I agree with we agree with the NFP that, of course, we must end corruption, but you can't budget for corruption and say that every time we must end corruption, and that's where we should stay at. I reiterate that strong higher education needs a combination of a range of different things, and one of it must be affordability, and indeed, we must have something for the poor, and we have made steps to even deal now with the missing middle. I think the Freedom Front Plus's point is taken, and we agree, of course, indeed. But yes, honourable members, in Cuba, they spend 4.5% from a small and a very stagnant economy. Very successful developmental states invest heavily in the fees that they charge, and they invest very much in the financial aid schemes for the poor. And that, I think, a case can be made whether indeed South Africa is there. I thought it was quite interesting, the point when Honourable Bazoli spoke about the fact that they are now embracing social democracy. I think we must say as the ANC that the DA's conceptualization of social democracy is very different.
Honourable Member, I just want to take this point of order. Will you take your seat, please?
No, it's not a point of order,
Yes,
Chair.
now why are you rising, Honourable Member?
I want to ask if Madam September can take a question. It's a
Are you
serious
prepared to
question.
take a question, Honourable Member?
No, Honourable Chair.
Unfortunately not, Honourable Member. Continue, Honourable Member.
I want to say again that the DA's conceptualization of social democracy is very different from the ANC. South Africa's people has got constitutional democracy where we embrace multi-party. And the character of that is we talk social democracy, And sometime, and in most instances, when we talk about social democracy, we talk about inclusivity in our society. But we can't believe when they say they are now social democrats, when one of their own councillors said that homeless, the mentally retarded, or the social outcasts, they said that they have to behave in a manner which is acceptable for the higher echelons, probably of the DA. How can we believe that they now embrace social democracy? I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, that concludes the debate on this subject. The next item on the order paper is member statements. Does any member of the ANC wish to make a statement?
Chairperson, it is with great sadness to learn of the passing on of President Fidel Castro, a towering figure of the 20th century and the leader of the Cuban Revolution at the age of 90. The African National Congress lowers its revolutionary banner in mourning of this great giant and friend of the African people. President Castro died on Friday, 25th November, after surviving 11 US administrations and hundreds of assassination attempts during his term. He maintained the independence and sovereignty of Cuba in the face of the vicious imperialist orchestrated campaign to destroy the impressive gains made in the Cuban Revolution. Under his leadership, the living standards of the Cuban people were vastly improved, and millions of young Cubans were educated and skilled. Africa's independence struggles and now its development had always been close to the heart of President Castro. His love for this continent was selfless, boundless, and humane, driven by the great feeling of life. At the apex of Cuba's contribution to Africa was the backing of Angola's MPLA government in its war against US and apartheid South Africa-backed unitary rebels. Cuba's help culminated in the famous Battle of Cutuquana Valley, which indirectly led to the liberation of Namibia from South Africa and expedited the fall of apartheid. We will, as people of South Africa in particular, be forever indebted to the Cuban people. President Castro's death is a great loss to the people of Africa and the world. As the US President Barack Obama has reacted, indeed.
Honourable Member, your time has expired. The
Thank
DA.
you. Continue.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC have shown for all of South Africa to see that they are simply incapable of self-correction. Once again, the ANC have placed Mr. Zuma and his crony network before the people of South Africa, before the Constitution, and before our economy. The ANC have had two opportunities to do the right thing.
Order, Honourable Members.
Yet you've bottled them on both occasions. First in the House a fortnight ago and at your NEC. Your party has been captured by a vampire network that will suck the lifeblood out of your party while lulling you into a narcosis of so-called collective accountability. The ANC never misses an opportunity to miss an opportunity. You seem determined to hand the keys to the union buildings in 2019 to the DA. Thank you, we'll take them. The South Africans need to know that if they want to rid South Africa of Mr. Zuma, then they will have to rid South Africa of its host. Not the few good men and women who had the courage to stand up against the majority who defend President Zuma at all costs. If the people of South Africa want change that creates employment, that solves the problems of our time, then they're going to have to vote the ANC out of office.
The EFF.
The EFF mourns the passing of the leader of the Cuban Revolution, Commandant Fidel Castro, who passed away at the age of 90 on the 26th of this month. We send our revolutionary condolences to the family and close friends as well as the people of Cuba as a whole. We know too well that Commandant Fidel Castro's 90 years of existence touched the lives of many in the world, particularly socialist militants who are still fighting capitalism and imperialism. We pass revolutionary condolences to them as well, wishing revolutionary peace to their painful hearts. The founding of the EFF relies on the memory and history of the 26th July movement, which laid foundation and guaranteed victory for the Cuban Revolution in 1959. Only at the age of 27, Commander Castro led this movement from its first military activities in 1953 up to its revolutionary victory in 1959. We draw inspiration that revolution and militant struggle often requires the youth in its forefront as it manifested in Cuba itself. We in South Africa know that our liberation from apartheid is unthinkable without the contribution of the Cuban people. Above all, it is the Cuban role in the Angolan Civil War, in particular at the battle of the Quito Carnavale, that humbled the arrogant of apartheid armies. We will forever be indebted to the Cubans and to the Commandant Fidel Castro. His passing, though it brings pains to our hearts, it also brings hope in the fact that a life of a revolutionary conviction and commitment to human freedom is possible. Amandla.
The ANC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. President Nelson Mandela once correctly noted that we know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians. As the world observes the International Day of Solidarity with the people of Palestine, today, the 29th November, the ANC wishes to reaffirm its unequivocal support for the Palestinian people in their struggle for self-determination. We are unapologetic in our view that the Palestinians are the victims and the oppressed in the conflict with Israel. This day, 29 November, was declared the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people by the United Nations General Assembly in 1977. This resolution encourages member states to continue to give the widest support and publicity to the observance of the Day of Solidarity. The International Day of Solidarity has traditionally provided an opportunity for the international community to focus its attention on the fact that the question of Palestine remained unresolved and that the Palestinian people are yet to attain their rights to self-determination without external interference, the right to national independence and sovereignty, and the right to return to their homes and property from which they had been displaced. The ANC remembers that
Honourable Member, your time is now expired. The IFP.
Thank you, Chair. In April 2015, a rhino named Hope had her horn brutally hacked off by poachers in the Eastern Cape province and was left for dead. She survived, but since has to endure 16 extremely painful reconstructive medical procedures to close the gaping hole that was left by her butchers. The multiple treatments effected by conservation groups saving the survivors closed her open wound by 60% over the period, but sadly she passed away 2 weeks ago from reported bacterial infection. Hope must be a stark reminder to us of the current plight of South African rhinos. They must receive maximum protection, not only in the wildlife reserves and farms upon which they reside, but also in terms of anti-poaching legislation and harsh criminal sentence handed down by courts to those found guilty of rhino poaching. In respect of rhino that have been brutalized by poachers and are still alive, government must ensure that welfare remains a top priority and the need for assistance a priority. This statement is a plea to the Ministers of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries and Environment to act swiftly for the sake of the few rhinos left in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The UDM.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Members. Drug dealers seem to have targeted high school pupils as their new market for selling ecstasy, cocaine, and other dangerous drugs. We welcome and appreciate the swift move by the Hawks and other stakeholders in arresting 12 suspected drug dealers in East London over the weekend on the 26th of November 2016. We also welcome the whistleblowers who tipped the South African Narcotics Enforcement Bureau about this cruelty aimed at destroying the lives of our children and rob the country of future leaders. These drug lords are now targeting school pupils in rural areas in the Eastern Cape, and by extension elsewhere in the country, in Ward 17 and Ward 18 in the Mhlonhlo municipality. People are now even scared to talk against these dangerous elements in our society because they may be targeted for victimization. Equally, communities, traditional leaders, political leaders, religious leaders, and all members of the society must unite against this brutality meted against our children and that destroy our future as a nation. Finally, during the festive season, these activities will be on the increase and thus it is important that the families and the communities in general are mobilized and be assisted by swift actions from the law enforcement agencies. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
House Chairperson, on the 31st of March 2016, the President of the Republic, Honorable Jacob Zuma, issued a proclamation recognizing the queenship of the Mujaji dynasty, and in particular, the President recognized the 11-year-old Masalanabo, daughter of Queen Makowo Mujaji VI, as Queen Masalanabo Mujaji VII. On the 18th of July 2016, the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs visited the Mujaji Great Place and informed the Royal Council and senior traditional leaders of the recognition of the Mujaji queenship and the queenship of the 11-year-old Masalanabo Mujaji VII. The government also recognized Kilobedu, or also called Kilozwi, as the national language of Balobedu. The Bible Society of South Africa has agreed to take active steps to translate the Bible into Kilobedu. Chairperson, we therefore congratulate Balobedu of Mujaji, the Reign Queen, on their achievement. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The APC.
Thank you, Chair. The APC, as a socialist party, will forever be opposed to the super exploitation of workers. All researches have shown that in the ranks of the poor are the majority of the employed proletariat. In this regard, we want to bring to the fore the plight of private security companies' employees. These brave men and women who secure our public and private places are, just like the generality of the proletariat in South Africa, paid starvation wages, work long hours, suffer unfair dismissals, unaccounted deductions, deployment to places without toilets, water, or shelter, etc. Security guards deserve better. Security guards keep us safe. Security guards are suffering like most workers in South Africa. The APC is therefore making a call that as the country considers issues of the minimum wage, one of the greatest challenges facing workers is starvation wages. I thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. The latest statements made by Councillor Shane Ramsey in a Facebook page on homeless people are indicative of the challenge of racism that we still face in our society. Sadly, these statements are made by public representatives from one of the parties that are present in this August House, the DA, which is also the governing party in the Western Cape Province. While we applaud the swift action by the city, it places enormous responsibility on the Democratic Alliance as a party to join forces with those like us who are fighting for a non-racial society in South Africa. It is important to remind Councillor Ramsey, the DA, and those like her, the preamble of our Constitution. We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustices of our past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, respect those who have worked to build and develop our country, and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it. It is important to remind Councillor Shanae Ramsey, the DA, and those like her, that the people, homeless people, are not retarded, vagrants, social outcasts, but they are those who are the product of the injustices of our past. And as such,
Honourable Member, your time is now
the quality of
expired.
their lives.
The DA.
Shame on you.
Thank you, Chair. The DA condemns in the strongest term the actions of ANC councillor Joel Masilela, who sexually assaulted a pregnant DA councillor, Jackie Ace, during a council sitting in Tshwane last week. This is not the first time Councillor Masilela has shown contempt for the rights of women. He has previously been accused of assaulting 2 female councillors and sexually assaulting another. The 4 victims of his crimes now fear to attend council meetings. To add insult to injury, the latest incident happened just minutes before a debate on 16 days of activism on violence against women and children. And what did the ANC do about this? True to form, the ANC caucus went to great lengths to defend his action and prevent his removal from the chamber. The hypocrisy of the ANC is sickening and is clear for all to see. This defiance is reminiscent of the actions of former ANC Western Cape chairperson Marius Fransman, ANC Youth League leader Patrick Wasvisani, and many others within the ANC, who show that they do not uphold the values of the Constitution and denigrate the human rights of women. How can the ANC talk about the rights of women and children but defend men who valued these very rights? Thank you, Chair.
The EFF.
Today, we recognize the UN International Day of Solidarity with the people of Palestine, who have lived under the worst form of colonial occupation and apartheid forms of militarism. No other people since the dawn of democratic dispensation have faced so long an evil, condemned to a permanent regime of murder, human rights abuse, and total disregard of human life than the Palestinians. The colonial expansion in the West Bank has increased with the demolition of Palestinian homes that are subject to destruction on a daily basis. Gaza remains the world's worst populated area, with Israel controlling its land, sea, and air spaces. Palestinian refugees are the worst in modern history. They have been displaced in millions since the 1940s and refused the right to return to their homes. Israel, with its racist, murderous Zionist ideology, has killed half the number of Palestinians since 1948, compared to all Jews that were exterminated under the direct regime of Adolf Hitler. This number is increasingly daily, and to stop it, the Palestinians have not asked us for arms, but for a human rights-driven international solidarity campaign based on boycotts, disinvestment, and sanctions against the Zionist colonial and apartheid state of Israel. We therefore call on our government and all governments of the world to join in the international isolation of Israel until Palestine is free. For our freedom is not complete until Palestine is free. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC congratulates the ANC-led government for the investment of 11 billion by the Beijing Automobile International Corporation in Nelson Mandela Bay. This comes as a result of the economic policy of the African National Congress, as well as the visionary leadership that was evident in the development of Kucha as an industrial development zone. This initiative has brought a range of investment in the Nelson Mandela Bay Metro and Eastern Cape Province. We also wish to congratulate Kucha Development Corporation on achieving the top performing public service organization award. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The AIC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Out of the wage that is given by national government to the municipalities, 15% is supposed to be used for sports and recreation facilities. As we were conducting oversight as a sports committee, it became clear that 15% of this MIG is misappropriated by many municipalities. There are no sports and recreation facilities in many towns and townships. It is worse with the grassroots people in rural areas. This is one of the reasons why our youth easily become criminals, because they've got nothing to do most of the time. It is the idle hands that are made use of by the devil. It is high time now that we look thoroughly into the 15% of the make. The community should be made aware of these monies to which they are entitled. All the wrongdoers should be brought to book. Misappropriation of funds and irregular expenditure can no longer be tolerated. The government must act. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC met this past weekend and received reports, in particular that of the meeting with the organization's own veterans, and agreed on the unity of the organization and agreed on how to build the movement going forward. The ANC has once again proven its resilience during this past weekend. The experience of 104 years of its existence are indication of its foundation and traditions, which will always remain its strengths which has always remained its strength during the different epochs in history. It being the final NEC for the year, it went further to outline program including the 2017 centenary celebration of the birth of the giant Oliver Tambo, the organization's longest serving president. 105 years of the movement on the 8th of January next year to be held in Gauteng, and the policy conference and the 54th ANC National Conference. The ANC continues to anchor its identity in correct political identity and ideology, with emphasis on deepening the orientation through political education of its members. The continuing NDR has been affirmed. The ANC lives, the ANC leads. Thank you.
The DA.
Honorable Chair, the DA-governed Western Cape Province has outperformed all provinces and national departments and registered improvement over the past 3 years, 2013 to 2015, according to the latest results of the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluations Management Performance Assessment Tool, MPET 2015. The DA-led Western Cape Departments of Transport and Health were also among the 8 national and provincial departments identified as pockets of excellence by the government's assessment tool. MPET measures management performance on a scale of 0 to 4 in strategic management, governance and accountability, human resource management, and financial management. The DA-governed Western Cape was the best performer with scores of 3.2, 3.3, and 3.5 for 2013, 2014, and 2015. The second best province was the Free State with scores of 2.3, 2.7, and 3.1 respectively. The worst performer was the Northwest Province with scores of 2.1, 2.2, and 2.3 respectively. Clearly, the DA-governed Western Cape is a star performer in strategic, human resource and financial management, and in governance and accountability. And that is not what the DA says, but MPET.
Honourable Member, your time is now expired. The ANC.
The ANC congratulates the Port Elizabeth Provincial Hospital for their brave and courageous decision of performing a stem cell transplant on a 6-year-old girl, Tasmi Memphis of Sodaville in PE, who was diagnosed with leukemia and not responding to chemotherapy. These doctors and their staff made the Department of Health in the Eastern Cape proud for their groundbreaking performance, as that was the first time in the history of pediatric oncology to perform a procedure which was always performed in the Red Cross Children's Hospital in Cape Town, Western Cape. We also thank her brother on agreeing to be a donor when it was discovered that he is a perfect match. That was a brave decision he took to save her sister's life. A number of patients have waited for a long time for admission in the Red Cross Hospital. Others, unfortunately, couldn't make it in life. The ANC is very proud of the leadership that has been displayed by these brave women under the leadership of Professor L. Pepeta, who is the head of the Department of Pediatrics. This is one of the examples that public hospitals are not a place to die, as some people have been saying. As a young girl was given a second chance to live a normal life by these dedicated health workers at all levels. Siyaku.
Thank you, Honourable Member. That concludes member statements. Are there any ministerial responses? The Deputy Minister of Basic Education, followed by the Deputy Minister of Human Settlements, Deputy Minister of Health, the Deputy Minister of International Relations, and then the Minister of Labour.
Thank you very much.
I'll come back to you, Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, indeed, the Department of Basic Education is committed to creating schools as safe and caring environments for our children. The problems with regard to drug and alcohol abuse is something that we have to take seriously, as it is no longer a phenomenon in our metropolitan areas, but is also creeping into our rural areas. We've ensured that our schools are gun-free or weapon-free, alcohol-free, and drug-free. The Department of Basic Education has prepared guides to assist parents as well as educators in managing drug abuse and alcohol abuse within schools. We have also suggested that all governing bodies create safety committees to assist learners. The department has also entered into an agreement with the South African Police Service in terms whereof more than 15,500 schools have been adopted by the South African Police Service. With regard to schools as a safe and caring environment, we recognize the plight of the Palestinians, as not very long ago in the conflict with Ramallah, over and over again, schools were being bombed by the Israelis. We have, as the South African government, with our sister member states, taken a resolution in Incheon to ensure that our schools do not become the target of any conflict or war. This is our commitment as South Africans to the creation of a caring and humane system in terms whereof our children who are vulnerable are protected not only from drugs but also from any other form of abuse. I thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. May I recognize, before I call on the Deputy Minister, the Minister of Labour?
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, on the statement that was raised by Comrade Godi, APC, is that one, I just want to say to the workers, they must give their mandate on the national minimum wage to their representatives at NEDLEC, particularly organized labor and the community constituencies. And secondly, at the present moment, they are being catered for through the sectoral minimum wage, and some of them have the bargaining council agreements because they are unionized. But I also want to encourage the workers to use the legislation, particularly basic conditions of employment and employment equity, as their protective tool. On the motion that was raised by DA, particularly on the NEC, I just want to tell them that the ANC has got the constitution, and the role of the ANC structures are outlined in the constitution. It's unfortunate that they don't understand the constitution of the ANC because they are not members of the ANC, and therefore they must allow the ANC to participate in its structures, and they have to look at their own political party, because as ANC members, we are elected by the structures. We don't apply for any positions to participate in. Thank you very much, Chair.
The Honourable Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, the ANC's internal democratic processes have always escaped the imagination of political parties that focus on a leader rather than a leadership and an organization. What you see out there and you think is revolt in the ANC is actually self-correction. What you see, that's
Order,
exactly,
honourable members, order.
Honourable Chair, the DA's honourable members, I was watching them on the other side.
Order, honourable
They were
members.
visibly shaken by the statement by the Honourable Mente from the EFF. But the honourable members could not react because they are nursing their opportunistic coalition with the EFF in Johannesburg, Tshwane, and Nelson Mandela metros. Clearly, the unholy coalition is quite strenuous The question is it going to last? I guess, Honorable Chair, that's really worrying them. Just I was watching their faces as the honorable man was going on about Israel and all of that, and they were looking at one another. They couldn't speak because they're worried if they were to oppose her, they will collapse the coalitions in the 3 metros. That's a problem. You are not going to last. We will meet in the polls when you collapse your coalition and we'll beat you. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Deputy Minister of Human Settlements. Order, honorable members.
Thank you, House Chair. DA is praising of saying that he's a star performer. It reminds me of your very premier who said there are refugees in the Western Cape. So the councillor that says homeless people, insult
Order,
homeless
honorable
people.
members.
No, listen to the truth. Your good performance is only for Constantia. Your good performance is only for Rhonda.
Honorable Deputy Minister, will you just hold? Honorable members, this is unacceptable. When you make a statement, there's a ministerial response. How uncomfortable it may be, there's a response. Continue, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Just want to remind the DA that South Africa is a non-racial South Africa. It definitely has a room for everybody, including refugees and homeless people. And that homeless people have blood, have feelings, have veins. They need a government that is caring, a government that will make sure that gives them access to opportunities, not vilify them. I thank you.
The Honorable Deputy Minister of Health.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Let me thank Honorable Dunyo for highlighting the performance of a very life-saving procedure at the Elizabeth Hospital in Port Elizabeth. This, honorable members, is again an indication that in our private health facilities, they are very, experienced and very well-trained specialists who do a lot of good work. A lot of lives are being saved, but unfortunately, because of the high demand for services and the pressure, what comes out in the media is often where there's been some failures of the system. But when you look deeper, you will find that in all our facilities all over the country, it may be in Red Cross Children's Hospital, in Steve Biko Hospital, many other of our facilities, there's a lot of good work happening. And we want to congratulate the staff and the family and wish the young patient speedy recovery, and also the staff that they must keep up the good work which they are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The Honorable Deputy Minister for International Relations, the Honorable Feketo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The International Day of Solidarity with Palestinian people should re-energize us to double our efforts towards attaining the independent and peaceful Palestine. This day in 2016 come at a time when the plight of our Palestinian brothers and sisters has been removed from the center of mankind attention. The setters of international agenda and narrative tell us that there are more pressing problems than the international community must attend to, thus indirectly saying that Palestinian people must endure a little bit more suffering whilst the world attends to those pressing matters. Those of us who have experienced the gruesome years of colonialism and apartheid oppression know that one day of oppression is intolerable. To ask Palestinians to hold back a bit, therefore, is a painful insult to their aspiration. The South African government will always strive to keep the question of the Palestinian and the Middle East peace process at the center of world's attention. We steadfastly hold the view that any everlasting peace in Middle East will only be possible if it is preceded by the establishment of a Palestinian state within internationally recognized borders
based on the June 1967 lines with East Jerusalem as its capital. Such an independent state will live in peace side by side with the state of Israel. We believe, Chairperson, there's enough international resolution and agreements
Honorable
on this
Deputy
issue.
Minister, your time has now expired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, that concludes ministerial responses. The next item on the order paper is notices of motion. Does any member of the ANC wish to give a notice of a motion?
Chairperson, I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates the celebration of the Freedom Charter as the cornerstone of the Constitution of South Africa and the progressive policies of our new democratic dispensation, including the National Development Plan. I thank you.
The DA?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I hereby move on behalf of Democratic Alliance that its next sitting, this House debates ministerial compensation for victims of Blue Light Brigade incidents on our roads. Thank you.
The EFF?
Ndiyalibonga mudzulachidulo ndikoima ndoimana lihoro la EFF lihoro lorwela mbofholowo nga tshifhinga tsha ikonomi tsha zwino ndi tshidzinginya uri nnḓu heyi kha dzulo ḽi tevhelaho hu ambiwa nga u shumisa dzisaini dza zwanḓa kha zwiimiswa zwoṱhe zwa lushaka zwibadela department ya home affairs traffic department na mimasipalani yashu hu itela uri vhathu vha re na vhuholefhali ha u sa pfa na u amba uri vha kone u wana tshumelo u fana na nnyi na nnyi. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC?
Thank you, House Chair. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates the current developments in Palestine. Ngiyathokoza.
The IFP?
Ngiyathokoza sihlalo ngiyakuphakamisa egameni lenkatha yenkululeko yesizwe ngihlala kwendlu okulandelayo uba indlu iqaphe umonakalo owenzakalayo enquthu nasemzini yathi silokusukela ukhetho umkhandlu ungagcotshwa ukuba lendlu ixoxe izindlela zokulungisa lesi simo kanye nokuba ungqongqoshe wokubusa ophethe ukusa nokubambisana zomdabu kwisifundazwe naye alungiswe ngendlela aphethe ngayo nokuthi iqinisekise ukuthi ingqese nemsakazo ziyashesha ukufinyelela kubantu ngenxa yesimo esiphuthumayo sokugqoza kwentuthuko kulwamphakathi. Ngiyathokoza.
The NFP?
On behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move that at the next sitting of this House, the members deliberate on the recent downgrading of Eskom's long-term corporate credit rating by Standard & Poor and implication of the power utilities' rising debt levels for its ability to meet the future energy needs of the country. I so move.
The ANC?
I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates the realignment and the strengthening of the state-owned enterprises to obtain functions so as to support the radical economic transformation.
The UDM?
I hereby move on behalf of the United Democratic Movement that the House in its next sitting discuss the external environmental issues that constrain qualitative teaching and learning at schools. I so move.
The FF Plus? The DA?
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that in light of the City of Cape Town's Harmony Village project in Mitchell's Plain being named the best institutional housing project in the country at the 2016 National Govan Beki Awards ceremony, at its next sitting, this House debates the political will by political governments to deliver houses to its residents. I so move.
The EFF?
Thanks, Chair. I rise on behalf of the EFF to move that in its next sitting, the House debate a need for a state-led tomato processing company that will make tomato sauce and other tomato products in Limbombo for the purpose of job creation and food security. I so move. Thank you.
The ANC?
Thanks, Honourable Chairperson. I move on behalf of the ANC that in the next sitting, the House debates the improvement of public and private sector capacity to combat private sector corruption, collusion, and profiteering. Thank you.
Go. The ACDP. The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, this House debates the strengthening of government, private sector, trade unions and civil society commitment to stabilize the economy for inclusive growth and sustainable job creation. I so move.
The AIC.
Thank you, Chairperson. In spite of the recent rains that have brought relief to many drought-stricken parts of the country, on behalf of the AIC, I move that this House, on its next sitting, debates concerns around the management of water infrastructure. I so move.
Agang. The ANC.
Masibonge mhlali ngaphambili egameni lika Khongolose ngophakamisa okubeni lendlu mbuso ngokulandelayo idingide izindlela namasu okunqanda nokwehlisa izinga lokungasebenzi ezweni lethu. Siyabonga.
The APC. The PAC. The DA.
Dankie, huisvoorsitter. Hiermee gee ek namens die Demokratiese Alliansie kennis dat hierdie huis in die volgende sitting die mislukte strategie van die regering bespreek wat hulle volg om kleinsakeontwikkeling te bevorder. Dankie.
Dankie. The ANC.
I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates the positive contribution that could be played by the parliamentary opposition in fostering social cohesion and nation building and assisting in moving South Africa forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, that concludes notices of motion and the business for the day. The House is adjourned.